Wake up! Wake up! Whew, looks like you barely survived your last battle, but with some training, you'll become a force to be reckoned with. Let's get started. The elves of Llanowar are impressive warriors. Perhaps one of them will help us practice.
The forest belongs to the elves.
She seems like an enthusiastic teacher. You'll need to draw mana from lands to cast your spells.
Can anybody hear me? Hello, Ricky and Razzle Ghoul and Huffman. Hello, early turbos. Quasi, Pickables, Quiet, Alpha, Yoshi, Ethavow, Miss Fable. Might as well bring in the pre-show here, because Hugo is very cute. Oh, I'm still in pajama pants. Fuck it, I'm wearing pajama pants today. I don't care. Room socks, yeah, sure, bring those. It's a cozy season, y'all. I put these pillows because Hugo's little bloody paw has been bleeding a bit extra. He was actually doing really well for a while. He just has a little growth on his paw that every so often bleeds. And there's nothing we can do about it. Anyways, what we can do is try to protect the couch, and so I put these pillows here to protect the couch because he usually doesn't like laying on pillows. Usually he wants a nice kind of firm surface to lay on, but I don't know what Becky's gonna do because I got down here first. I may have to stand behind the couch.
You little son of a cutie.
He'll probably move not long after I start my show voice. Guys, if looking at a cozy fresh doesn't get you in the Christmas spirit, I don't know what will.
Right? Oh my god. I want to eat you.
It might be time for another round of fudgy bonbons.
I'm gonna take the batter out of the freezer right now.
Okay. Uh-oh. This new couch was a good purchase. It's got everything good going on for it. Just firm enough.
We really need to. Oh, we'll watch a movie on it tomorrow.
We'll be watching. Tomorrow is gonna be Ghibli Return, everybody. What's it called?
Only yesterday?
Only Yesterday.
I've never heard of it.
I'd never heard of this one either. But like all Ghibli films, it looks adorable.
Some people say it's their favorite.
So Only Yesterday, most of you will have access to it on, well, like, you know, everybody who's not an American will have access to it on Netflix, supposedly.
I'm not sure.
But Americans are going to have to find an alternate place to watch. But that'll be in about 24 hours-ish, a little less. Anyways, noon tomorrow for us.
Hello.
So I guess you'll be back there for just a bit. He'll probably move.
Please, a new Fudgy Bonbon vlog? No way. It's been done.
He's so cute.
He is freaking adorable right now.
He looks so happy.
It is also on Australian Netflix. Only Yesterday is my favorite, not directed from Miyazaki from Ghibli.
I think we can just start then, guys. Might as well.
Should I stand?
Yeah, I guess. Some people really like these really casual intros where we don't fade in from black and we're just here setting up and then I start the show. So we'll do that. And it just helps a lot with PC games anyways. I'll give some formal introduction. Hey buddies, welcome to Video Games Awesome Live. Today we're jumping into Magic the Gathering Arena, something people have been asking me to do it kind of came out, it was in beta for a while, it was in like closed beta, then it was in open beta, and people were like, I can get you beta, and I was like, I don't know, I'm fucking moving to Japan, and that's when I feel like it happened, the height of like everybody's hype about it. So I acknowledge this has been out for a while, not new, but I think some people were expecting me to jump into this a bit sooner than later, given my addiction to Hearthstone and my history with Magic, going all the way back to 4th edition.
4th edition! This guy.
It was 1993. The Blue Jays had just won the World Series. A young Frash was looking through his Disney adventures at an article about a new collectible card game that was sweeping the nation.
What? And you got in later than my sister.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. MTG Arena, the way I understand it, so also context, we've just been playing Inscription, and it has a lot of Magic references, and it's like, you know, it's been a while. I quit Hearthstone cold turkey upon the Hong Kong controversy, never got back in. Probably never go back now, considering the state of Blizzard. I loved Hearthstone. Always hated any digital iteration of Magic. And to be honest, if I'm being real honest, the physical card game is a slog. It's never, they try to please too many people, especially their old faithful, because they want to keep selling boxes. It's a very clunky game that's held down by its past, because it needs to adhere to its old like standards. But like, you know, Hearthstone had an opportunity to reinvent itself, reinvent the format, and so it did with some really cool innovations, which I really loved. And so like,
Fraser played hours and hours of Hearthstone, like so much of it.
Insane amounts of Hearthstone, you all saw it.
Yeah.
But you guys haven't seen me really play. One of our earliest episodes on this show
Oh yeah.
was called Duels of the Planeswalkers, which was a versus computer version of Magic that I played with the guys watching one of our earlier edited episodes. What a guy.
You can't move a cuddle kitty, so I'm standing.
So I think that's an adequate context for what's happening here. Is I'm interested to see what they've done with MTG Arena. I don't know a lot about it. I'm in a tutorial. An obligatory generic British accent is tutorializing me. Because if it's fantasy involved, only the people with English accents existed.
Of course.
Of course. So it's telling me to play a land. So I'm gonna click. I see in my hand I've got a 2 casting cost Shrine Keeper, 2 white mana, just a 2/2 for 2. That's a shit card actually. That's a shit card. But he's a cleric, so he does have a tribe. A standard 2/2 is a grizzly bear. He costs 1 green mana and 1 generic, not 2 green mana. Being 2 white makes this guy harder to cast than a grizzly bear. So, but he's an uncommon, so the
But
fact
you
that
have
he's
a
a
white
cleric
deck.
must make him awesome. Yeah, it won't matter. It's a moot point because I have a white deck. So can I just play it then? By clicking that,
Play a land over on the right.
next. No, it's telling me to play it, and I'm using a controller emulation. I used a generic mouse and keyboard emulation, and maybe I shouldn't because this is use the bumper. All right, here we go then.
Good. You don't have enough lands to cast anything yet. So that's all you can do right now.
Welcome to Magic. My elf
Play another land
opponent.
so you can summon a creature.
Ooh, talk me up.
Talk you off what, Pop?
Auto tapping is nice. How will it determine when games get more complicated what things to tap? Or, how to make a...
Summon a creature by drawing it into the battlefield.
You can summon creatures to fight for you.
Hooray.
Don't you have to... It
Has
has
summoning sickness.
Oh,
Cannot
they
attack.
just do a visual.
All right, Shrine Keeper. I'll play another land. In Magic, there's no reason not to. I'll play a Shrine Keeper now. You're supposed to, I don't know.
Only one of your creatures is ready to attack.
She has lands open, Which means good playing Magic says I shouldn't have played that creature first. I should attack first so that she doesn't know what's on my board. Like, she can make decisions based on what I've played now.
Right.
If she had an instant in her hand to kill this creature as it comes, like, she might make a different decision based on what I've just played. So
You gotta keep your cards close to your chest.
yeah, because there's, like, unlike Hearthstone, there's phases where you can cast creatures before and after combat. Hearthstone simplified it by making it so you could only cast creatures, it's been a while, before combat. Anyways, click on each creature you want to attack with. Creatures can't attack their first turn. Pachu.
Why didn't she explain summoning sickness?
Well, she probably doesn't want to overload the beginner.
I guess so.
Is it gonna go? How do I? There we go.
There, okay.
You're going to pay for that.
They're clearly trying to, like, jump on the Hearthstone popularity here with the design. Treetop Warden. See, that's what a 2/2 should
Now
be.
search
See?
cards to
That's a
inspect
Grizzly
their
Bear.
details.
Grizzly Bear was the earliest creature that was a 2/2 for 2 mana. And that's the exact casting cost of the Grizzly Bear right there. This guy just happens to be a warrior instead of a bear.
So you're cranky about the Shrine Keeper because it's 2 planes
Two
and not
planes,
one
which makes it
generic
harder
one.
to cast.
Got it.
But only in a deck made of different colors. So we got an Elephant Soldier here, 3/2 for that's not bad, I guess. Generic, no extra abilities or anything like that.
Keep pressing the attack.
The art in Magic is so cool.
Yes.
No attacks, all attack. Oh, you can do that. Oh, cool.
Interesting.
So all available, I can say attack. Yeah, sure, because I'm happy to trade. So in Magic, unlike Hearthstone, she can decide, like in Hearthstone, I can decide who I attack. I can be like, one Shrine Keeper's going to attack your ward and one's going to go to your face. In Magic, all you can do as an attacker is say, these 2 creatures are attacking. Now she gets to decide, what will I defend with?
You've been blocked.
I will block that with this creature. And because of this back and forth, it actually makes online play a little bit clunky because you're constantly passing to the other player for them to make decisions. Why are there no sound effects here? Oh, it's just a tutorial. Yeah, I get this. Because you're always passing to them to make a decision,
Admirable.
there's a lot of
Pity I
like,
have to
where'd they
crush
go?
you.
Why aren't they fucking continuing? Like,
Right.
at least in Hearthstone, it's like, now it's your turn, now it's your turn, now it's your turn. There's not much you can do during your opponent's
big
turn,
problem.
if anything, in Hearthstone.
Ooh, hold that plane close to your chest.
My what? Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Did she say that?
No, I said that.
No. It's true. You're right, Becky. You do usually want to hold on to. You're remembering strategy. Yeah. Like, because there's no reason to keep land in your hand unless you can only play 1 land each turn. And the only reason to keep this in my hand is if I know that I don't have stuff in. If I have stuff in my deck that I know ramps up to 5 mana and I could draw the 5 mana card next turn, maybe I do want to play this land because otherwise I won't be able to play that next turn.
True.
But in the case of having an almost empty hand, and if I do know I don't have high casting cost cards, it's like maybe you want her to be worried about what's in my hand, so I'd keep holding this. Similar strategies in Hearthstone for some different cards. It all
I know that
depends.
strat. I feel smart.
So she has a behemoth over there, generic, just has flavor text there. All that text is just flavor for the behemoth.
Right.
A 4/4. So the other thing in Magic is creatures take permanent damage. Don't take permanent damage. So this attack, whatever she blocks with, this guy goes to 1 health, and then heals all the way back up. So this attack is going to be useless for me. So I honestly, kind of because of so many hours of Hearthstone, can't really remember what a good strategy is here. I'm losing a creature guaranteed next turn, or this attack. And she's guaranteed to keep hers at full health. In Hearthstone, at least I'm whittling it down to 1 health.
But then 1 will get through, right?
Yeah, and she does only because this tutorial have 4 health. But like the next turn, if I don't draw a creature, there's nothing getting through at all. And again, she'll have a behemoth the entire time. So I'm passing so that at least I could trade my 2 guys next turn. for that
That
behemoth.
beast will destroy your creatures if you attack now.
Yeah, I know. I just explained that to the audience. No attacks. Tracer and Terran.
You've shown spirit, but I will show you strength.
Feral Roar, a sorcery. It's a spell, basically. Target creature gets +4/+4 until the end of turn. So, not a big. Oh, that was a cool graphic. Not a big deal. It's not like it has trample. So I will block
Stand your ground. One of your creatures can block it.
with my piece of shit Shrine Keeper can die. I'm sorry, Shrine Keeper. It's just the Catholic Church has really bothered me about you types. Now, that was a waste
Down
of a
that
sorcery.
beast while it's still recovering.
So because that creature attacked, and this happens in Hearthstone as well, it's tapped. It attacked, and so it's out of commission. Cannot. Well, wait a minute. Does that? How does that work in Hearthstone? Because it doesn't matter if creatures were tapped. How does that work in Hearthstone? You attack with a creature. They don't get tapped because it doesn't matter. You're not blocking. Anyways, in Magic, it's so crazy. There's no tapping in Hearthstone, so it doesn't matter. Anyways,
Okay.
because it attacked, it was tapped, meaning it like took an action. And so it is unavailable for her to use as a blocker this turn, which means I can come through for 3 damage. And it looks like I can also have this spell that says destroy target tapped creature. Take vengeance. I'll aim it at that guy.
Whoop!
You're not making this easy.
Imagine being in this battle, a tutorial battle, and giving lines like that. You fucking noob. All right, next. Do you want to like snook? You could try to like get in the middle here.
You think? I just wanted my tea.
Just squeeze into the middle next to him. Look at this guy. Anyways,
I know, like I can't
attack for 3.
move on.
End turn.
But,
You can lay down or sit down.
We've got you cornered.
Cast the spell. Clear a path to finish her.
It's okay.
Blinding Radiance. Tap all creatures your opponent controls with toughness 2 or less. Toughness is their defense. Cool spell. Awesome art. You know, it's funny, when I was growing up, like, seeing all this art, it's like, they were, as far as I was concerned, made by, like, slave laborers within Wizards of the Coast. Like, I didn't know that these were people making the art. I mean, they all have the name of the artist underneath.
I love that they do that.
And you did get to know certain artists over sets that you're like, oh, I love his art. His art's always the best. Now there's guys on Twitter that are Magic the Gathering artists.
Yeah.
Like, it's so cool.
Yeah.
The world is so approachable now. Everybody's like, it's really neat. All attack. All of them attack. Pew.
Well fought, outsider.
You can rest your elbow on me.
Hugo's not going anywhere.
That fucker's not moving. Why would you?
I love how it looks like he's looking right at the camera. Like, you wish you had my life.
No, stay there.
Oh, you're gonna take off, pal?
You've unlocked a new card.
When Spiritual Guardian enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. Ooh, pretty expensive for a 3/4, and you gain 4 life, though. Life gain, to me, has never been great
No?
in Magic. It's like,
Yeah, good work back there.
all
But if
I...
you're going to battle another planeswalker, you've got to be prepared for anything.
It looks like I'm up against a goblin.
I know a guy on Ravnica that can teach you everything you need to know about tactics. Especially what not to do.
So, a few things. I don't care about the life gain comment anymore. She just mentioned Ravnica, which is, I think almost everybody acknowledges, was the best set ever. It came out when we were in Toronto, living in the basement, and I was getting back into Magic, and it was a great time to get back in, because Ravnica,
I remember that set.
It made Magic so good.
Yeah.
Like Magic had been getting really convoluted. It was like, in order to keep players interested, they were just coming up with crazier and crazier shit. Ravnica pulled it back and got back to basics, but still kept it interesting. One of the things that they innovated with was mana symbols that had a slash through them that were red and white.
Right.
So it didn't matter which one of the two you could cast, and it fixed a lot. It made it so that you could play multiple colors without having to worry nearly as much about mana issues.
I remember you making me Ravnica decks.
Yeah.
Because it brought it back to basics, so it was like easier for me to understand just getting into it.
A sanctuary cat. So this is my cards I have. I have a pedophile, take vengeance, destroy target tapped creature.
You have what?
Blinding this guy.
Oh, okay. Shrine Keeper.
Loxodon. So they got the pretty simple cards right now. Very small deck. All right.
Where do you stand on constellation decks?
I don't know what that
I don't even know
means.
that.
Never heard such a term in all my years.
Speedball.
Surprise attack!
Okay. He gets to start.
Oh, Raging Goblin.
Red decks are so much fun.
No.
So he has haste. He can attack his first time coming in.
Woohoo!
Don't worry, these things are basically harmless.
Oh, it passes automatically. I don't have to click too much. It knew that I had nothing else I can do. So, wow,
Don't
cool,
worry,
fun.
just a little bit.
See, so with red decks, mono red often have the issue of
Second blood.
running out of gas.
Right.
So he's doing a lot of
Mount a defense.
great early damage, but now he's in trouble because he's only got 3 cards in hand, and he might run out of gas soon. He started with 13 health, I started with 20. That doesn't seem fair, but... Okay. So, in Hearthstone, I might have, it depends on how you look at it, but I might have an advantage because I have a guy who can aim at one of these dudes or whatnot. In this game, it's like, yeah, it's really hard to say. Like, mechanics are so nuanced when you change them, but like, I choose the blocker, and my guy goes up to full health, so it's like, so I don't keep this damage. That's the key difference between Magic
I
and
got more where that came from.
a Goblin Bruiser. 3/3 for 3, not a horrible card.
But he has
Generic.
summoning sickness, so he can't be played.
Can't
It's-
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has the black, like... It's the only thing I understand, so I'll point it out every time.
Here's my kitty.
Your creatures aren't tough enough to survive being blocked.
Yeah, I
Hold
don't
them
want
back.
to. Yeah, don't want to attack. No attacks. And this is the issue with Magic, is
Everybody
it's
but me.
often better not to be aggressive in many cases, and that makes for much longer games than Hearthstone. So I don't know what MTG Arena is like. Some people were mentioning in another show that they use actual sets, the current sets and stuff, but like, I would have liked to have heard that they modified the game for a specific form of Magic. What I was hoping about MTG Arena, and I guess I'll find out, was that it would be a specialized form of Magic where they tried to simplify the game or keep it well tailored to quicker games and not getting bogged down like Magic tends to get with super long games. Anyways, so he has 1/1 goblins. My cat will be good for blocking those guys. Kitty will survive these attacks. And I have a choice: sacrifice these 2/2s to kill this 3/3. Oh, who gets to distribute damage? The attacker. I'll only
do a
lose one of
2/2
them.
and a-
So
Okay.
even though I get to decide both of them are blocking the bruiser, they get to decide the damage distribution.
Which it doesn't matter right now, but...
Hey, nobody kills my troops but me.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, there
Yeah.
wasn't anything they could do. Goblin grenade! Classic. as an additional cost. So it only costs 1 red mana to cast, and it does 5 damage to any target, which is insanely powerful, except for the fact that you must sacrifice a goblin on your side to do so. Look at that art!
Yeah.
Goblin Grenade has had art over the years, so many different iterations of art. Every set has a different, like, it's come back so many times. And sometimes, oh, cool! That's fun.
I like it. Oh.
And some of the things that like has made Magic really cool over the years too is that you'll see a character or a piece of art, like you'll see a goblin, you'll see art from other cards in other cards. So you might see one of the goblins from another card in the Goblin Grenade or something. Or you'll see like, yeah, that's what I've always liked about the flavor of the game.
I loved my goblin deck.
I guess I'll attack. Oh, okay. So the problem with this mouse emulation is that it's not treating the bottom, unlike Inscription, it's not treating the bottom of the game as a border. And my mouse leaves the whole game and goes down to OBS. I don't know how I could change such a thing. One thing I am going to do is just turn down the controller sensitivity.
How's the audio? Someone said it got really loud there for a second.
Well, it's kind of all over the place, isn't it? I mean, the sound effects are loud, but we also yelled during the sound effects, so did it really matter?
Good. Hi, Hexini.
Whoa. Okay.
Seems alright.
Okay, the right mouse. Okay, that's interesting. Ah, that's a cool binding actually. Right mouse is less sensitive than left mouse, or left stick. Okay. Well, anyways, I'll attack all of them.
Ow, ow, ow! Where's an army of expendable minions when you need one?
Yeah, he's out of, and red doesn't have much card draw.
Here it is.
What you got?
Goblin Gang over here. Well, what's going on? Can you tell me what happened there? What does it say? He enters the battlefield, you create 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens. So he comes with 2 extra guys. So he's a 2/2 for 4 mana, but he comes with 2 1/1s. Cool art. Ooh, I get 4 life back when I play this card. It's a good thing I played that mana last turn. I've emptied my hand, but it's for the sake of getting some bodies on the board.
He'd be a fool to attack you now.
If I attack, he'll be able to trade out a Shrine Keeper for either 2 tokens or his Goblin Gang Leader. He'd be able to kill the Sanctuary Cat outright by blocking it with the Goblin Gang Leader. And then maybe trade the Shrine Keeper. Is it worth it? I think so, because I'll have board advantage afterwards, regardless. He's choosing to trade my Shrine Keeper for the 2 1/1s, and just as I expected, I lose the cat.
Never back down. Never walk barefoot in a goblin warren.
But now I have board advantage, and he is a fool. Not a good attack.
Dummy. But maybe he's got something in his
It's
hand.
time to bring the pain.
I mean, he could. Maybe he has a Lightning Bolt. Org Painbringer, 7/3.
This is going to hurt.
When he enters the battlefield, deal 3 damage to each player. So it purposefully brings everybody's health total down so that the game might end quicker. Like, red decks rarely care about their own life total. They're usually happy to reduce it to nothing because they don't care. They're expecting you to die before they do.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if they finish the game with a win with 3 health left. They still won. Who cares? But this white deck is going to put a ganging me health back.
Nice.
He could block this. He has nothing in his hand. This is a good attack. Because I know I'll trade a 3/4 for a 7/3. It might be a little risky if he had something in his hand, because maybe he would be able to, all he would need is a card that like buffs him up by 1 health, and I would, you know, it would be a bad trade.
This is one of the few trading card games I have no idea how to play.
It's pretty simple at its basic form. I mean, if you played any other trading card game, every trading card game I've seen since Magic has copied Magic to some degree. Toughness and health, usually. Until they start to introduce
So you should
mechanics.
probably give up now.
Like, tapping, I think, is specific to Magic. I think. At least in the form that they use it. Destroy target tap creature, doesn't matter.
Have mercy on me.
Probably the hardest part to understand about Magic is its phases. It looks like what they've done is they've simplified it. The digital game makes it much easier to understand.
Yeah.
Because they handle the phases. But there's multiple casting phases. There's opportunities.
Tactics.
Why am I not surprised?
I wanted, when I started playing,
You're still
a
here?
list of all the phases written out.
And there were play mats that would have the phases, and you
Yeah.
moved a little gem to each phase for beginners.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I needed.
Destroy target tap
It's
creature.
like an org chart a
Doesn't
little
matter.
bit. I had that list, so it's fuzzy. Did you guys play against
It's
each
the
other?
Pokebits that hurt the most.
We did. In our early 20s.
I would try to create decks that were like fun, where they were evenly balanced and both had an opportunity where I could play my hardest and Becky would still have a good chance, and we could swap decks and still Becky would have a good chance. Like, I wanted her to
Right.
like learn specific.
You did really great, I think. Like, I had fun playing them. Even though it was like so confusing.
And like, as she would get better at piloting the deck, I would spice it up with a little bit more complicated stuff. Put in Knight's Pledge, enchanted creature gets +2/+2. 2 enchantments. So enchantments typically are kind of the ugly stepchild of Magic. Most people, Magic sets over the years have tried to make them more palatable, but most people look at this as a great opportunity to 2-for-1 yourself, meaning you spend 2 cards and they spend 1 to take out 2 of your cards, because enchantments buff up a creature and stay on the board.
Sorry, buddy.
They can be very effective, especially since they don't suffer from summoning sickness, but they require a creature to cast themselves on, and so if that creature dies, you lose both the cards, whereas they maybe just lost 1.
Right.
Which sucks. Card advantage is huge.
You're a quick learner.
Shut up.
So let's try a more challenging lesson.
Who's this guy?
Follow me to Ixalan. There's a mystic there who's spent his life studying the nuances of combat.
Hexuni wants to teach your boyfriend how to play a trading card game so we can play together. Like, are you dedicated to physical games? Like, if you are, Magic's cool, I guess.
It seems like they play a lot of different trading card games.
Like, every set usually comes up with some pretty cool packs you can buy. That's probably for me, one of the funnest ways to play Magic. If it's not drafting, it's to buy their pre-made decks.
I played them mostly online.
Then yeah, I don't know. I would recommend Hearthstone if Blizzard wasn't Kryptonite. But I haven't played any other ones online. All right, let's play. See what this guy's all about. This is fun. It's fun seeing Magic.
Yeah, it is. It totally is.
The art.
Yep.
They've done pretty good with, again, it's a franchise that hasn't done well with its software over the years.
But his knowledge is boundless. Stay patient and keep an open mind.
If it is wisdom you seek, I will teach you.
Oh, put your fishiness in me. A 1/1 flyer. Blue tends to be a flying color.
Birds fly freely, unfettered by earthly bonds.
No, dude, it's a 1/1 flyer. Don't get too fucking high on yourself. A Zephyr. It's a bird. Alright. My kitty can't block it, but at least my kitty can attack with impunity without being blocked by that gulf.
This game is free to play?
Connected.
Is
You
it?
must understand
Really?
the air, land, and sea.
Enchanted creature is +1/+1. Okay. So, yeah, I guess I'll be learning as I go, but I'm most interested in arena runs. I'm most interested in drafting. So I'm wondering if this game offers an awesome drafting game, but we'll see. I'll discover it once I'm past the tutorials. River's Favor, a blue, okay. Enchant creature gets +1/+1, so he's got a 2/2 flyer now. What do they want me to do here? I get it, he casted it, go ahead. That's typically how you arrange it when you're playing in real life too. You put
That
enchantments
bird
behind.
can fly over any blockers on the ground.
Yep, I get it, go. Oh, I guess he's gone.
Oh, we were
She's
so
been
cozy.
liking the cuddling time.
You give it a shot.
That's crappy.
Okay.
Fine.
Next up, a Knight's Pledge. I could play with my own enchantments. An enchanted creature gets +2/+2. So even though you can 2-for-1 somebody with enchantments who's playing enchantments, they can be, if gone unanswered, extremely powerful. Because, like, now, I've got a 3/4 creature on turn 2.
You've been paying attention.
Like, you know, that's the power of enchantments. They can be, like, insanely powerful. It's like, and no summoning sickness. So it's essentially like I played a 2/2 creature this turn, except it has haste because it's going on this guy.
Haste means it can attack the first turn it's brought out.
Yeah.
Summoning sickness means it can't attack the first turn it comes out. Because it's like being born.
It was born, it's still got all the,
It's
like,
like
goo
an
on it.
Walk your path, but do not lose sight of your true goal.
This is obviously an enchantment target
Crab
creature.
wearing a pirate hat.
Short-comber crab.
You like that one?
Yeah, it's awesome. He'll get bigger. So this guy, it only costs 1 to cast, but it's 0/4. It can't attack. Like, it has no attack power, but it can block pretty nicely. In addition, he might put an enchantment on it soon.
We have a fan who submitted a bunch of his arts to Magic.
Oh yeah?
Really trying to get in. Yeah. Like, phenomenal artist.
So I won't attack, because it's useless. It'll just make my Sanctuary Cat tapped, and I'd rather have him available for whatever might be coming next turn. No reason to attack, because that'll heal up.
Battles ebb and flow.
Water Knot. Enchant creature. When Water Knot enters the battlefield, tap an enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So it basically makes it so anytime you tap a creature, he's gonna, like, tie up my creature. So it taps him to start, so he loses a turn
He's
essentially.
running out of cards.
In addition, he will untap eventually, but every time I attack with him, I have to know he'll be gone for 2 turns, because it takes him an extra turn to untap.
Damn.
Really kind of makes your creature a bit useless. Pretty effective, especially because that costs... Oh, that's kind of expensive, though, for that ability. Anyways.
The Fraser Agar card is in our storage here.
It's a very powerful card.
Of course.
It's a little OP. Making this kitty real big.
Meow.
So there's cards in Magic that simply say destroy target creature. Doesn't matter what their toughness is. Now I've put 3 card stock into this Sanctuary Cat. I can now be 3-for-1. So I'm basically just going all aggro knowing he has 12 health and being like, let's hope he has no answers to that. Because, you know, it would suck if he 3-for-1 me with a single card. And also he's able to sacrifice his crab basically to keep that from hitting his face.
If you keep to the shallows, you'll never learn the secrets of the depths.
Okay, dude.
I feel
Wow.
like this.
That sounds deep.
She's wet. Anyways, oh, Divination. That's a classic card. That's the classic art for it too. It's not even new art. What were you gonna say, Beck?
I feel like this is a good tutorial, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's not too slow paced.
Like, there's some things that maybe people might not understand, but you can just be like, okay, select it, and then kind of watch where the card goes and what happens.
There used to be old Magic, when a new set would come out, starter decks would come with a little booklet, tiny, the size of a card,
I remember those.
And you could
I
read
had
through
tons
it.
of those.
And it would teach you how to play, and each time they would try to spice it up sometimes by having two characters who are having a dialogue and talking about how to play. And I'd read them even though I knew how to play, because it was kind of neat to listen to these characters talk about how to play basics of Magic.
Cool.
Plus, you know, it was the Dark Ages. We were very bored back then.
There was nothing to do but have sex and play Magic.
That's all we
And you
could
can't
do.
always be having sex.
Yeah, there's only, you know, so much you can do. All right. I guess I'm attacking. He put out another crab on the last turn, so he was able to block yet again. My 5/6 wasn't able to get through for any damage. He's got one card in his hand. He plays a Titanic Pelagosaur.
Like big waves, do not blame the ocean when you get carried away.
Okay.
These lessons are just so majestic.
Is she serious? Anyways. It changes creature is 3/3 and gets flying. So dare I just continue to? Well, I'll
Go
probably
for
just put it
cat.
on to like this guy. It's the tutorial though, and I think this is fun. 8/9 flyer now goes through
Oh my god.
a flying kitty. Now he's attacking. The only thing that could have blocked that gull, which has been able to attack with impunity every turn, the only thing that would have been able to block him is the cat.
Because of flying.
But 8 damage to his face is much more worthy of blocking 2 the next turn. Whereas this guy, letting 4 go by, maybe I want to block this turn. Because if he has something that can, like, who knows? This is like low health numbers right now. That's called a chump blocker.
Student is a river. The teacher is an ocean. The master is also an ocean.
Wait, what? That last one sounds a bit fishy.
So he was an idiot to attack with the gull.
You know what? The mystic I was thinking of isn't even a merfolk. So, I actually don't know who this guy is.
I apologize. It was just nice to have some company.
We should get going.
He's just a hobo who lives in the ocean. So yeah, if he had not attacked with the gull, he'd have been able to defend, used it as a chump blocker to prevent 8 damage to his face this turn.
Right.
So wait a minute. This thing never untapped?
Someone in there said that, that he won't untap until the enchantment goes away.
Yeah. Yeah, he never untaps unless he's somehow... Either the enchantment has to go away or I have to use a card that says untap target creature. For some reason, I originally read it as doesn't untap during this untap step or its next untap step, which some cards will say such a thing. But yeah, it's just completely out of commission. So you can imagine that being put on my cat with this many enchantments on him. What a friggin' huge play that would have been for him. Which is why you don't want to play too many enchantments on a creature. But this is the tutorial, and I know I can probably get away with it, and it's fun. And it's over. So, will doing 10 damage, like in Hearthstone, do a big rumble? Not really.
It was fun while
Kind of
it
the same
lasted.
the whole time. That's what I loved about Hearthstone, is the more damage you do to the face, the more the screen rumbles to the point where it gets ridiculous. Like, I love that.
That's pretty cool.
I could bounce them, I could resummon them, yes. I could bounce, it's called bringing, like, there's cards that bring creatures back to your hand, which would get rid of anything that your opponent put on them. You can also bounce your opponent's creatures. Like, if he had a card that said, return target creature to its owner's hand, all his enchantments disappear. The creature comes back to my hand, but all the enchantments go to the graveyard. And that's like, oh my
Yeah,
god.
they haven't talked about the graveyard yet in this.
No, they haven't. Target blocking or block creature you control gets +2/+2 until the end of turn. And this creates tokens. Okay, so this is an instant, and you guys haven't seen it yet. Sorceries can only be cast before or after combat. Instants can be cast anytime, even during combat, during like phases such as the, you'll see, like it's basically you get an opportunity between steps, which is what makes Magic too complicated in my opinion, unless it's automated. So this is pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Because this is handling the rules for you. But like, there'd be days, even when you've spent as many years playing Magic as I am, you just get to a point where you're like tired, or you're just like, you don't give a fuck, or you're playing a blue Magic deck and you're just convoluted in the head and you just forget phases, you forget when you can do things, or your opponent tries to be a fucking shark and like tries to get you to forget phases and tries to move things along, gets fidgety,
I see it.
sits there flicking his cards and like tries to move things along. It's like, okay,
Worst.
you ready? And he's hoping you forget this stage so that you won't cast anything, or you won't, like, you'll forget that he can. That happened all the time. You'd face those types of players who are just like flicking their cards like, okay, and it's like, shut the fuck up for a second.
Yeah. This is a good tutorial because it shows that blue is annoying to play against.
It's the worst. But there's hope for Magic because
Almost ready to take on anyone,
digital form.
including whoever roughed you up in the first place. For your last lesson, let's head to Tarkir to learn the art of surprise.
No. Okay.
Okay. Like, I think that there was issues with Magic when I would go to tournaments and I would see two guys that I know are veterans playing against each other. Then they would have to call, what do they call them again?
Yeah.
A judge, basically. They'd have to call somebody over who's supposed to be certified by Wizards to be an expert to rule on a situation in the game. And then sometimes that judge would sit there and deliberate and then call over another person. And
Your
like,
brother became one of
they
those
would debate it. Yeah, he
judges.
did. Yeah, he worked in a card shop.
He worked very hard to like get that.
To me, that says there's a problem with the game. Like, when it requires that many minds to like rule on things in the moment, that everybody, even people who've been playing for decades, are still sometimes arguing about how this should play out.
Yeah.
Like, but again, the digital game can fix that problem. I would say an ideal form of Magic in person would be everybody on tablets playing the digital form.
And
Yeah.
be ready for
You have your tablet in front of you and don't have cards on the table in front of you, but just because you like to touch things.
What pretty little thing has wandered into my web?
I like you.
I'll accept that
She's playing black.
the right people in person can make things fun. And so, but I would say I would much rather play with, like, I mean, hell, even cooler would be a big digital surface that people are playing on with awesome graphics and like a thing like attached to your leg that gives you electrical shocks when you take damage. That would be fun.
That would be fun.
That would be fucking fun. You're like against your buddy and like you're actually getting shocks when you take damage. That is cool. In
my
person?
It's like Simpsons Therapy season 1.
Yeah.
True.
Or like Ghostbusters type like shocks. Like, fuck! Fuck you! I would totally do that.
What does healing do?
Go on, attack me.
Healing is basically.
No. What would healing do if you're like getting shocked?
Oh, I see what you mean. It would just give you like an injection of an opiate.
Oh.
Let's
I
see.
mean, I could think of some good things.
Sure.
Yeah. Heal me.
You could have a guy who's like hired to come around and give you a massage when you're getting healed.
Oh,
Massage your shoulders.
gross.
This is my favorite part.
Is
Oh.
magic an expensive?
Oh! It is the physical card game is a very expensive game. Unless, again, you're playing. I would recommend if you want to just play some Magic, if you like the flavor of Magic, you like the world, and you have a friend who likes to play physical games, like you're a tabletop type player, go get some pre-made packs. Pre-made decks. They're really good at making. Last I looked, Magic would every new set come out. They started by making these pre-made decks. You used to be able to get a starter deck, which all it was a bigger booster pack. Random cards in a thick pack. Nothing worked together well. You weren't going to be able to play a good game with them. Then they started coming out with these basic packs in the core set that was like a red one, a black one, a blue one, a white one, and a green one, and they would all adhere to the different strengths of the colors, and you could buy these individually, like for $10. Sometimes one would be like worth a bit more because they had some rarer cards in it or something. Anyways, and then you can play. They were balanced specifically to play against each other well, and that was awesome. And then I remember at one point they were actually coming out with more than 5 per set. Like you could get some that were like based on themes, and I think that was a great idea because like $10 each, like $50 all in.
Sorry, in other games you need to buy like 3 of the same starter deck to have one good deck.
Yeah. So like I remember sometimes new sets would come out and I would buy like all the flavored starter. Oh, she just cast that. They only wanted to wait so long. Destroy target creature with power 2 or less. So that happened as I attacked because it was an instant. She's playing a black deck. Anyways, I would buy them all. And then we'd play against each other with them, and it was fun.
Yeah.
Because they were balanced to play. You didn't have to like.
Good lord, like that's a lot.
Oh.
You think?
Like think about it. Like I thought about it like it was like the price of a video game to buy all 5 of when a new set came out.
Yeah.
And you got like the same amount.
Or like for 2 people to go to a friggin' movie.
Yeah. I don't know how it depends on what you think is expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, you think it's a good? Yeah. Like it's all relative, right?
Yeah.
So I've got pretty bad draws getting all this mana, but maybe I'll draw into some better stuff. Okay. Oh, another card. Flash, meaning it's basically a creature that can be cast like an instant during your opponent's turn.
Okay, can be cast at any time.
Yeah. And so she dropped that out there to be a surprise blocker. Okay. I say yes to this. Okay, let's go.
I think you have to like go up with this.
No, I just had to wait.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you see that coming?
Did you?
She's being pretty smarmy.
Yeah, I like her.
Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. So this is very risky. This is where enchantment speak. We've seen her play many instants. If I play this on this creature to make it a +2/+2, there is a stage between me saying I'm playing it on this creature. This is where playing against blue deck sucks. You'll be like, okay, now I play Knight's Pledge on my Shrine Keeper, and then they go, wait. And I play this before you do. And that is the worst. I fucking hate that. How do I get back in? There we go. It's just, I hate playing against players that say, wait. But they have to say, wait.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll just play it down and she didn't have an instant to stop it. I thought she'd have something to kill it. Because if she killed the creature before it got the enchantment, it's the enchantment goes to the graveyard, and so does the creature.
You got the smarmy face down? That's the look. Yeah.
Honestly, I'd prefer that guy to the guy who's just like, no, I destroy it before. And just doesn't engage you at all, and just
Lots
like it
of
looks
mumbles.
bored with life, and like he's got the best deck in the card shop, and he spends like an insane amount on magic, and he doesn't look like he's having any fun. It's no fun to play him.
Oh my god.
An instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. Interesting. Oh, okay, so what's happened here? She played this guy, this creature that she can play during my turn, as a surprise blocker. Declared it as a blocker.
Aw, we
And
don't
then-
even get a hit in.
She declared it as a blocker, meaning that thing is blocked.
Waiting for this.
Its path to her face was blocked, and yet before it was able to even kill the creature, she sacrificed the creature with another card. So she got the benefits of sacrificing her creature to cast that card, and it got to be a blocker.
Okay, so it didn't go to her face. The damage didn't.
The damage didn't go to her face, and she got the benefits of sacrificing it. So once a creature's been declared to be blocked, the creature doesn't need to stay there. It can disappear before, and the creature's still blocked. Soul Hunter Rush. So this game, I don't know about this tutorial, because I think beginners would be very confused about what just happened and why that damage didn't. Like, all she said was you didn't get a hit in, like, and you just have to infer.
There's like some extra information that we're kind of not reading or looking
Right.
at because
Maybe
we're
that
chatting.
helps. So she cast it out on her turn, this cat demon. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it from your hand, it deals 1 damage to target opponent for each swamp you control. So I just took 5 to the face because she has 5 swamps, just because this came into play.
Ooh.
Important to note, it didn't do the damage to me. Well,
The
it
swamps
did.
did?
It did do damage to me, actually. It says it deals 1 damage, but it wasn't attack damage. It was just ability damage, so it's that might matter later in the later games. Target blocking or block creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So this is my opportunity. They're teaching me. You've watched her play a bunch of instances during your turn. Now it's your turn to have fun and surprise her. So here's where we get to say, wait. So we say,
Careful. You can't afford to take another hit like that.
yeah, it's true, actually, I can't do this. I thought it would be fun. How? I don't care. It's a tutorial. Will she be done? So I'm just going to say I'm attacking. And she would have to know that I'm an idiot to do so. So she would have to say, like, I'm not blocking that 4/4 with my 5/5. They're not letting me. All right. So how this would work out is, like, I'm attacking with a 4/4 despite the fact that that leaves me open to be attacked for
5 damage
lethal
and
next
kill you.
turn. Yeah. Please block it. Please. Because you'll kill it. You'll kill my creature. Knowing that I have this in my hand. She'd be like, no, I'm not letting you play whatever you have in your hand to kill my creature and trick
Right.
me. Anyways, but it doesn't matter. We can use the same trick with that card. I'm talking too much. Next turn.
It's kind of good that it
Not
says
first. Then it's time for some trickery of your own.
like opponent's turn and the phases, the
Yeah.
blocking phase. Like I'm actually paying attention to that part now.
So I'm going to block the 5/5 with my 4/4. Not a favorable trade, but when do I get to do this? So I'd say 1 blocker, yes.
Cast it now.
Now it's the phase in between. And each player gets this phase too.
Right.
Each player gets an opportunity during this phase. So it's like, I don't even remember that order. I don't even know who gets the first opportunity.
Probably
so
the
annoying.
attacker, right?
Maybe?
Ooh, very clever.
I remember there were tricks to remember. I always forgot them.
Yeah, so the symbols indicate the phase.
She played 2 of those. How is she getting all this card draw?
You've fallen right
She
into
had
my
quite a few
trap.
cards in her hand for a bit, like
Get
5.
ready.
So this time, she falls into this trick because she knows, or she knows that I didn't know she had these. So in a way, like, her playing these as a surprise makes her less able to know what my motivations are.
Right.
If she had these out here and then I attacked, she'd have to be like, why would you do that? And she would, like, have to say, like, I'm not going to, you know? So in a way, you make yourself more blind by being the surpriser, in a weird way.
I respect that.
What?
You haven't played. They're just reminding you you haven't played a mana.
Yeah, and you don't have to. It's teaching me bad strategy. There is no reason. Look, I know that the highest casting cost card I have is 5 mana. I have 4 on the board, 1 in reserve that I can play at any time. There is no reason to show her I have nothing in my hand. Now she knows I have nothing in my hand. For no other reason than to have a mana sitting on the
Really?
table.
Yeah.
I'm at your mercy.
She's actually got something. Cast this only if a creature is attacking you. Creates 3 1/1 white spirit tokens, creatures with flying. Very conditional card, but I have a feeling she's lying, but Oh, she really was.
Looks like you've let your guard down.
Oh no.
What you got?
Uh-oh. Why does she have this many in there? You're only allowed to have 4 per card in your deck, and she's played like
Hurry,
10 this
make some
turn,
blockers.
this game. So knowing her deck, if I didn't have this in my hand, it would have been dumb for me to attack last turn, knowing that she can play these at any time and like come through with only 5 health.
She has 6 of those. That's illegal.
But I've got to play this. 1 per guy. Perfect. It's almost like these decks were designed to play against each other.
Ugh, why won't you die?
Now you've got her.
And now we can go through for lethal. So I'm gonna make that a 7/7 with that plus buff and then attack. You following it all?
I'll
I feel
be
pretty.
in touch.
Yeah.
If anything, I'm probably making it more complicated by running at the mouth.
I'm learning more from Crash than the British tutorial lady.
Oh, okay. I feel like I might be saying too much.
I don't know. Like, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp.
Yeah,
still
Becky already had a
of
lot.
magic,
She knew.
so.
It's not a hard game until you get into like what I already just talked about. The phases, their order,
Sarah Angel.
how they play out. This is classic card. This is one of the earliest cards I ever owned where I thought I had a great card.
Aww.
And it was. It's always been a decent card.
Yeah.
If anything, actually, I remember when Sarah Angel went from being uncommon. It was never. Was it ever rare? No, it was always uncommon, and they degraded it with one set to common. Could it have been rare once and gotten degraded to uncommon? In rarity?
I don't know. It looks like right now it's uncommon.
Yeah, right now it's uncommon. This guy's rare with his gold symbol. We didn't
Yeah.
know back in the day. We had no symbols.
We had symbols.
Way back in the day.
Oh, I wasn't there.
Yeah. No symbols to tell you what the rarity was. Anyways, whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, you get 1 life and draw a card. Ooh, high casting cost, but that's pretty cool. Card draw for playing low power creatures. All right. That Sarah Angel also has
Nice job.
vigilance, meaning it
That was
doesn't
some
tap
quick
to attack.
thinking. When we first met, you looked within an inch of your life, but now you're unstoppable. Who were you fighting in
rare.
the first place, anyway?
It starts with a V.
Nico.
Oh, it's Nico Bolas.
After I annihilated you, I really didn't expect to see you again.
This guy's old school. He was a card that you could cast way back in the day. I think he was black and red. He was a gold. His border was gold. That's when they introduced gold
Shit.
cards. The first one of the first ever multicolor casting cost cards.
What? This is a terrible idea. There's no way you're prepared for this guy.
Wait a minute. Oh, this is interesting. Untouchable says Sarah Angel was uncommon until it became rare. I thought it went the opposite direction.
Huh? I wonder how many of your old cards your brothers sold, if any.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I gave my entire collection to my brother before we
big
moved to
tub.
Japan. He was quite happy.
Yeah.
It was very heavy. That fucking
We were
tub.
like, we can't.
It was multiple tubs. It was
It might
insane.
have been two huge Rubbermaids because it was my sister's old cards that Fraser had bought from her, probably like 15 years ago. Probably 19 years ago. And then all of the cards Fraser had bought during playing in Toronto and Vancouver.
Reams. I think it was multiple tubs.
Like more than 2.
Yeah, I think it was
Actually,
2.
whenever I-
2 full to the brim.
Yeah, whenever I think
Big
about
Rubbermaid containers.
being at your parents' house when we gave it to him, oh my god, he was so happy. We had just like, it was just like magic cards everywhere.
Yeah. It was Christmas for him.
Yeah. Fun. Yeah. What the fuck, says Quasi.
Pact. 2020.
I'll make a deal with you, Planeswalker. Defeat me, and I'll let you go. Lose, and you will serve me for eternity.
Ooh, fun.
Okay.
Fight as if your life depended on it.
Yeah, Quasi. Thousands
Red,
of
black.
dollars of cards. Yes.
And you just put out a miasmic mummy. Can I look at it? It looks like the game froze. Well, that sucks.
No.
We didn't freeze though. We're still streaming. That's how long has this game been out? And it freezes like that during the tutorial games? That's not cool. That's lame.
Many years.
That's huh.
Uh-oh.
That's pretty lame.
Where is it gonna start? Like,
Probably safe somewhere in there.
you could be like right in the middle of a pretty,
Like if you're PvP,
Yeah.
that would suck.
yeah.
Love this art. She's a vampire.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, that's great.
I want to know what that card is.
Bread makes you fat just joined. Did you break it?
But because I'm PC gaming, it's probably my fault.
Okay.
I'm sure it's because I didn't update my computer or something. This is also available on mobile.
Would you play it on mobile?
What is going on? Okay, here we go.
Whoops, sorry.
The whole game is acting very odd, isn't it? Like, this feels slower than it should be. Alright.
I'll make a deal with you, Planeswalker.
Okay.
Defeat me, and I'll let you go.
We are playing.
Lose, and you will serve me for eternity.
So, Wizards of the Coast,
Fight as if your
are
life
they still an
depended
independent
on it.
company, like, by themselves? Because, like,
You used to have like a Wizards of the Coast card, right? To join.
oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
need to make a tough decision.
When Miasma enters the battlefield, each player discards a card. Well, I'll get rid of my shitty land.
It's part of Hasbro still. Like
Oh, Hasbro bought them? When?
I thought that they had been
Did they
a part
buy
of
them pretty
Hasbro
early?
for a while.
They
Thanks,
started
sorry,
independent. Wizards of the Coast was its own company.
1999. Okay, so yeah.
How big is Hasbro?
Did he just throw away a dragon?
Because he'll have cards that bring them out of the...
I do as I choose with what is mine, and it is all mine.
Large. It is large. Hasbro.
Nico Bolas. So he's playing black cards, so he's gonna have something that brings this out of the graveyard, and it has haste, so it's gonna be able to attack right out of the graveyard, I bet. Okay, so he actually benefits from discarding that card.
Wizards used to make Pokemon cards when it came out, when it first came out. Did you ever play Pokemon cards?
No,
No?
I always hated it. I hated the look of it.
Oh,
Everything here exists or perishes at my whim.
There's too much. Like, it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh bad, but like the numbers are so high on Pokemon cards. I think that was part of it. Anyways,
hi Gaming Kid. As of 2021, 5,600 plus employees work at Hasbro and 1,000 plus at Wizards of the Coast.
Power is the only thing that matters. There is nothing else.
oh, he's also blue.
Yu-Gi-Oh ain't bad. It just sometimes has infinity attack points. ...
You draw 3 cards and you lose 3 life. Guess I will. I have 3 men on the board. Now I have 4. I really have nothing I can do except for play tactical advantage because these guys are both too expensive. So I'll attack with this. And then when he decides what his blocker is, I'll play tactical advantage to give this +2/+2. Which means we'll survive the attack and he loses a guy.
I will let nothing
That's only for one
stand in
turn
the way of
though.
what
That's
I
not
seek.
that's not a like
Not
enchantment.
even
Yeah, like
death.
disintegrated.
Rise from the grave. Put target creature from the graveyard into the battlefield under your control. That creature is a black zombie in addition to its other colors and types. So
It's a
now
black zombie.
we have a black-red zombie dragon with haste flying at me. And flying it also has. So what are my possibilities here now? I have this guy that gives me 4 life, so at least I'll get back what I just took to the face. Plus he tapped his guy,
Right?
meaning I can attack for free now, at least. And it's not like I'm going to be able to use him to block that flyer next turn anyway,
Because
so
he's not a flyer.
yeah.
Enough of this.
Double cast. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell, copy that spell. You may choose new targets. So now he's playing seismic what? I can't see the card behind it that is being actually cast, but he's going to get to cast 2 of them, whatever it is. I guess we'll see it in a second. Deals 2 damage to each creature without flying.
Whoa!
Wait, so why did he play double cast? He didn't. Oh, he needed it to take out the spiritual guardian. So it did cast twice. It looked like it didn't. It casted once, but it actually did trigger twice.
Okay.
Which killed him. Even though he has 4 health, he took 2 damage from that twice because of double cast,
Whoa.
which was the card he played
Right
right
now
before
I'm
playing it.
confused.
Yeah, he played a spell right before this. Can I look through his graveyard? Right before he played this spell, he played another one that said the next spell you play is doubled.
Okay.
That's how he was able to double it. Okay, so this might... I would hold on to this myself. I can't let this die. I desperately need card draw. It can only do 1 damage per turn. It cannot block him. It's a 1/4. I don't want to cast this until I know I have little power 2 creatures to cast and get me card draw.
Will they let you not play it?
I have a feeling they won't. Oh. Make use of your untapped lands. I think it's not a good strategic play considering he has stuff. So this guy's going out there as a 1/4 with an incredible ability of letting me draw cards when I play creatures, but potentially could be killed before it ever gets to use that ability because of their decision, but it's the tutorial. Overflowing Insight, target player draws 7 cards.
Whoa.
Costs them
My
8 mana.
triumph is at hand.
So at least he didn't cast anything that turn, but he's also still attacking for 4 per turn, in addition to having refilled his hand, which had nothing in it.
And there's a maximum number of cards you can have in your hand, right?
Yes. Anything beyond 7 you have to discard.
What's this?
So I got card draw because of him. These guys are letting me draw cards because of Inspiring
Might be
Commander.
able to pull this off.
Oh, and I drew Take Vengeance. Finally get to kill that dragon.
No matter. Soon there will be nothing left of you either.
Attacking with my 1/4. Chaos Maw. A 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, it does 3
Three
damage
damage
to each other creature.
Succumb to Bolas.
Talk me off, Boras.
It's a Hellion.
Damn.
Yeah. Okay. The good thing is, so I shouldn't attack with this. Okay, I'm gonna get 3 free. Okay, a lot is about to happen.
Okay.
I'm not gonna attack because he can block that guy and kill it.
Hold back, so you can
Yeah,
prepare
I
for his
fucking know.
attack.
Oh, I just accidentally said no attack. I said all attack because I'm used to pressing the red button to pass. So good, thank you, thank you. It has haste. Luckily, Confront the Assault comes out. This is an instant that casts and gives me 3 1/1 white flying creatures.
Ooh.
And he triggers 3 times because of those 1/1 white guys, giving me 1 life for each one
Yummy.
and a card for each one.
I've underestimated you.
And I'll just use these guys as chump blockers because they can't do anything else. And so only if his cards had an ability called Trample, would it matter for him to have this powerful like dudes against 1/1s. But a blocked creature is a blocked creature. So even though these spirits are only 1/1 creatures, no damage gets through to my face unless they had Trample. In Hearthstone, that's called what? Overrun? Or
Yeah, I can't remember.
and that's all I'm blocking with. So. And I have 1 left over the next time I need to
Yeah.
block. So now I have 2 creatures I could attack with.
That's fun, Brittany. See that.
I'll play the kitty right now. You usually want to cast creatures after the attack phase so your opponent has less information to go on based on what you do. But in this case, I want more information to go on
Impudence.
about what to do. I want to know what I have in my hand before things start. Yes.
What do you think about the cards that have the, like, they're not complete rectangles, they're kind of like stylized on the bottom, they're rounded? Have you noticed them?
Those don't exist in real life.
I know, but how do you
But in here,
feel?
it's like cool. That's a way to like differentiate between tokens, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's okay, you like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in real life, tokens are usually just upside down cards, or some people actually have token cards that were specially printed by
Right.
Magic just to represent tokens that are generated. I guess, like, I don't want to use, I do want to use him as a blocker next turn. I don't want to use him as a blocker because I want to keep getting this card draw. So I'll just attack with him for the 1 damage. No reason to attack with the spirit. We need that to hang back. Now, if I put out my Sarah Angel, I will have, it's a 4/4, and I have the benefit of 1 mana left over, meaning I can play this to keep it alive on the next turn.
Angel. Do you really think a mere angel will stop me? My power is beyond that of a god.
Okay. Cool cut. Destroy target creature with power of 2 or less. Ancient Crab, a 1/5. Renegade Demon, 5/3, generic. When I say generic, it means he has no abilities. He's just the body and the casting cost. And the tribe being its descriptor.
Ah.
Demon, Crab, Dragon, Hellion. Those are tribes. So he's attacking with the 4/4. Defend with Sarah Angel against the 4/4 flyer. The only creature, well, this creature could defend against the flyer, but I'm using it as a chump blocker against the 6/6, just to keep that 6 damage from getting through. And I'm going to keep that kitty alive.
Obviously.
Choose your blockers, but keep your angel alive, it says. Now, I use tactical advantage to keep Sarah Angel alive in this battle against a dragon in the air. Sarah Angel survives.
Defeat.
We've
Angelic,
come this far. Don't give up now.
he's got 12 health. Enchanted creature is +3/+3 and has flying. Seems like a good thing to play on my kitty. Could we win? No. That would go through for a total of 8 damage. He'd be at 4 health. Then he'd be able to swing through next turn for 11, 12, and who knows how much more, considering the type of deck he has. I think it would be a poor choice to attack right now. But Sarah Angel has Vigilance.
What's vigilance?
Does not tap when attacking.
Ah.
So probably the good play is to pray. Knowing this is the tutorial, I don't know that this would be the best play against an human opponent, but knowing that she'll be able to chump block next turn, I'm keeping the kitty back as a potential chump blocker if I'm scared.
My patience is wearing thin. Let's finish it.
It's attacking with everything. And poor kitty will sit in front of the demon. Very brave.
Yes. So then only one gets through.
Yeah, so I could use Tactical Advantage to give +2/+2 to the kitty, which still wouldn't let it survive, but it would kill the Renegade Demon. I would rather keep Tactical Advantage in my hand, just for any surprises he might have right now in this battle.
Right, okay.
I'm willing to sacrifice the cat to keep the angel alive. Now the angel's back up to 7/7. Alright, so I will attack with my 7/7. Oh, I don't have to choose one attacking. There we go. I win, Nico Bolas.
I'm impressed.
Do you have to be our slave now?
Give me your gold.
Woohoo!
She likes it.
That dragon better think twice before he tries messing with you again.
Oh, hello.
Oh, yummy.
So these are like pre-made decks that I was talking about. Keep the Peace, Aerial Domination, Cold-Blooded Killers for the Black Mage, Goblins Everywhere, and Large and in Charge. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, I wish I could smell it.
Not the same.
I will admit, my curiosity has been.
Well, you've mastered everything I can teach you.
Oh.
If you want greater power, you'll have to take on greater foes. But which path to choose?
Red. I've wondered what it's like playing Magic in a shop here in Japan. Like what it would be like.
Would you play with Japanese cards?
Yeah. So I'd need to study ahead of time to know what the cards do.
Oh my god, that's very interesting.
It could be kind of interesting to see what players are like here.
I
I would
mean,
imagine
you
more
can-
polite, I would hope, but also
You can get cards from Book Off.
Magic cards from Boga?
Yeah,
Really?
like they have a whole
But
section.
I wouldn't want those. I'd want to go to a drafting night with fresh cards that you open right there.
Right, but you gotta study somehow.
I'm gonna choose
Be
red.
afraid, wizard.
Chandra!
I hope I sounded tough.
She's one of the first planeswalkers that were introduced to the game. Oh, and my first opponent is Jace, also one of the first planeswalkers to be introduced to the game.
Did we have a book of hers?
Yes.
We had some magic
It came
books.
with a set that I bought.
Okay.
Sworn Guardian. Okay, what is this? Is this what's up for winning? I wonder why that's sitting there, that card.
Yusuke showed you a place in Tokyo that you could play magic at?
Oh, did he? I don't remember such a thing. How do you know what Yusuke showed me?
No, it showed Quasi.
Oh, me! Oh, I think you said you were reading what they had just said.
Yeah.
Yusuke showed you a place. Hey, by the way, like, all right, playing Goblins Everywhere against.
No.
This should be fun. So, planeswalkers, you are a planeswalker. The idea is, the flavor is, you're a wizard who can, like, walk between dimensions and go to different dimensions, basically, planes, and gather up power, resources, and creatures. I read one of the only Magic books I ever read was one that, I don't think a lot of them do this, but it took the perspective of somebody on the ground during a Magic battle. And these creatures are being summoned around them, and they don't know why. And they find out that it's because two planeswalkers are battling. And they find the planeswalker, and they actually describe the act of tapping mana and everything. And like, he described it as like, he opened his cloak, and in there were like these like almost thin metallic strands that were like crackling with energy and like had reverberating with different colors. And they were like lines tied to lands in far off different planes. So it was like tethers, magical tethers to these lands where they drew the energy through the tethers from lands that they had been. And that's why planeswalkers travel from plane to plane. They're gathering power from different lands.
Whoa. Hey.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you remember that?
It stuck with me because like the book was kind of interesting how it described like the perspective of these people getting like a soldier being summoned, and it was being ripped from his family, like suddenly appeared on this like in this other world fighting like goblins, and he wasn't sure why, because he had one day met the planeswalker, and the planeswalker tied a tendril to him and was able from that day forward to summon him.
Wow.
And so like the book kind of depicted planeswalkers as horrible people. They are awful people. Like, they don't care about anybody but themselves and don't give a shit about the, like, they're summoning soldiers who, they're not fighting for a planeswalker.
Yeah.
They don't want to fight for a wizard. They were fighting for a kingdom someplace else. And they're being forced into a battle.
Whoa. Be well described.
Yeah.
Fraser always encouraged me to really look at the art on the cards. I was trying to like just focus on like what was the rules and what was happening, and he was like, but look at the art, look at this, like look at the goblin in this, and think about it being like thrown across the battlefield. As a goblin
grenade. And because when you start picturing it like that, I find it's much easier to understand and picture like what's happening.
Nerd.
Whenever a Tin Street Cadet becomes blocked, create a 1/1 red goblin tree. This guy generates more goblins whenever the goblin is blocked.
Huh?
How do you stop this? Because like that means every time he's blocked, I have endless 1/1 goblins now. He has to remove it with other means. Oh, this is like the perfect guy to go against. Like, so. Alright, so he needs an answer for everything I play, basically. We'll see. We'll watch it as it plays out here, but this is very interesting. I've never seen this card. So I'll attack with all. If he defends, yeah, I get a new goblin.
Huh? That was cheap and pretty awesome.
But he doesn't have that ability. Of the guy who just died. So I guess you only get 2 for that price. So like,
yeah, okay.
I'll let them through. So I guess maybe you don't want to attack. Like, I don't know, it's hard to say. Do I want more tokens or not? Create a number of 1/1 red goblin creatures equal to 2 plus the number of cards named Goblin Gathering in your graveyard. Oh.
In your graveyard, okay.
This is the only card called Goblin Gathering.
Yeah.
So each time you play this, you get an extra goblin per time you play this. Raid Bombardment. Whenever a creature you control with power 2 or less attacks, Raid Bombardment deals 1 damage to the player or planeswalker that creature is attacking.
Or planeswalker that creature is attacking, okay.
And this is an enchantment, stays on the board. So every single time I attack, each creature...
basically anything you have. Like, you don't have anything right now anyways that's 2 or higher, or 3 or higher.
So this stays on the board as an enchantment. Isn't enchanting a creature, it's just a general enchantment. And he's going to take 4 damage for every attack here. He'll take 2 to the face no matter what here, no matter what he blocks. because Raid Bombardment automatically says bam. He blocked the token, I lose the token, but I did do the damage for the attack. Lots of Sworn Guardians here. Both of them attack, I don't care. Red rarely wants to block, which is why I love playing Red. Red's a like, you know, one-track mind. It's just like attack, attack, attack. I'll play my mana. Like, I could get many tokens out there. 2 tokens for now. Plus him. Attack with everybody available, which is just that guy. He blocks him, but I generate another token because of that. All he has is Sworn Guardians. He doesn't attack at all because he wants to block.
Right.
And maybe as a red deck, I play another Goblin Gathering. Usually wait until after attack, but anyways. Generate 3 tokens because there was already one in the graveyard.
You guys can't see our graveyard. It's like over there
Yeah.
a little bit.
And knowing that this has cheap casting costs, I'm keeping both these lands in my hand just to make them guess. And I'm attacking with everything. Because that's what... No, I'm not. It's not what red does in this situation. It would do 4 damage to him, and I'd lose all of them. It's kind of a standoff here. Blue doesn't really have anything that does like 1 damage to everything on the board, so I'm not that worried about like losing these guys. He'd take 4 to the face.
I also stopped understanding what's going on.
I'm gonna keep this back. Now 4 tokens will come out.
They're like, he put down a card and now has 6 stacked cards. Yes.
Like, going against blue, like, I'm not worried because the worst thing that could happen, because these are tokens, is if he had a card that said return all creatures to their opponent's hand, your opponent's hand or something. That's about the only thing that blue has in terms of board clearance. Tokens would disappear because they don't get to go back into your hand. They're tokens. Unlike in Hearthstone where tokens can go to your hand. 7 attackers, he'll take 7 damage, but he'll be able to block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Worth it. Start to go Raid Bombardment. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I get an extra token.
This is fucking madness.
It's so cool. End turn. He's attacking. I'm happy. Go for it. I don't care how much damage I take. You're dead soon, I hope. Maybe I lost.
Uh-oh, mountain.
No, I didn't lose. He shouldn't have attacked with everything.
Yeah, he has nothing to block.
1 can block, but I'm doing that many damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fun deck.
They don't show overkill, like...
No, they don't. No. BMs are impossible in this?
Apparently.
Well, still possible. Raging Goblin, haste. I also got...
Oh my god, that's classic art.
Which one?
The Raging Goblin.
I've seen many Raging Goblins over...
From when I played.
Yeah, it's a classic card. I think that's new art, but yeah. They always look the same.
The art style is like...
Yeah.
Exactly what I picture.
Siege Dragon, a rare I just got. When he enters the battlefield, destroy all walls your opponent controls. Who runs walls anymore? Whenever Siege Dragon attacks, if defending player controls no walls, it deals 2 damage to each creature without flying that player controls. So, really interesting. Goblin Tunneler, he's classic, and that's classic art. You'll know that. Target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn, so he makes a tunnel for people. He has to tap to do it,
Goblin
though.
Rogue.
Yeah. He's just a digger. Reward upgrade. What's this? Deck upgrade. Oh, I got an upgrade here. They also added Goblin Gang Leader, which creates tokens, and Ogre Battle Driver, which... Oh, it gives creatures haste. We'll see it as it plays. And he's the guy on the front of the deck, so he must be the core mechanic that makes this deck awesome.
Does this game have any of the unglued cards?
Unglued was a comedy set created somewhere after 5th edition or 6th edition, which is just comedy. Those are now some of the most collectible and rarest cards out there.
Really?
Because it was a very limited set. Nobody really bought it, I feel like, because some people bought it. I remember Matt, all he wanted was unglued.
Oh my god, he would.
I thought it was a waste of time. I was like, these aren't real cards. This isn't how the game is played. They were ridiculous. They were funny, but like for a chuckle.
So someone in there earlier asked how you got into Magic. Was it big where we grew up?
No.
Or did you have friends that played it? Like, how did you get interested?
Disney Adventures.
It was just Disney Adventures, and then you had one friend, Matt, who would play.
I read about the game in Disney Adventures. Then I went to a card shop in the Bayfield Mall.
Very.
And I looked at the cards and like learned about them just by looking at the card packs. And I saved up my allowance and bought a starter deck, only to realize that starter decks are just glorified booster packs. So what I got was an unplayable deck with not even the right amount of land to cast some of the cards.
That sucks.
These days, I'm pretty sure that card shops just give away land.
What is Disney Adventures?
It's an
Disney
old magazine.
Adventures
Google it. You'll
is
see.
an incredible magazine.
It was an awesome
We had
magazine
it
back in
too.
the day. It was like Reader's Digest for kids.
Yeah, yeah.
It had short stories in it.
It was amazing. It
Anyways.
was like we get it every year for Christmas. A subscription.
I had a
to
subscription,
it.
yeah. Nobody was into Magic though. Like I had to get people into Magic.
I think my sister too, she got into it. My sister, I don't think she had many friends who played it. Like maybe one or two who sort of dabbled in it a little bit, but not much.
How's the game balance? Audio, do you guys want less or more now that we're talking a little bit more even tone? I know that the sound effects can be high. Sounds fine. Good stuff. My mom would play with me, tried to play with me. We took the starter deck that I had and split it. Which made it even harder to cast the cards.
Yeah.
Because you didn't have, like, she tried to figure out the game and, like, I think she even realized that, like, how is this fun? Because, like, I can't see how to make these decks work. Like, so early days it wasn't very beginner friendly. It sucked, in fact. Like, but until you started to get more cards, and then you were entering tournaments and playing Bird Maiden and getting laughed at because it was the only card you thought it was a good card because it was one of your only flyers. Suffice to say, people have always been dickheads when it came to gaming.
Yeah. Aw, you shared Disney Adventures as a kid at school? That's adorable.
Growing up in a rural farming community meant less nerds to go around, honestly, and that's kind of sad because, like, yeah.
It's probably different now.
Look at this. So, that's a classic. That is, like, classic old art.
Yeah.
So, horrible casting cost for a 2/2, but it's a zombie, so sometimes that helps Black. Like, they're willing to cast that extra mana. Anywho, we all know this enchantment does 1 damage to her face for every attacker. But the bad thing is, when he attacks, he gets killed, right? But tap him, use his ability on him. Now he attacks unblocked. He made a tunnel for him.
Oh.
So meaning he gets attacked, he gets to survive the attack, and he does 2 damage total because Raid Bombardment is helping out. The special effects help you understand kind of also what's happening. Like the fact that Raid Bombardment does that whole
Yeah,
it's like,
it's
oh, I
pretty
understand why that's happening. Shock deals 2 damage to any target. Back in my day, 1 red mana did 3 damage to any target. Lightning Bolt
Lightning Bolt.
is a classic old card that had 3 damage for 1 red mana, and now, by today's standards, is considered OP. But they brought it back for one set, and it was like, what? You're bringing it back? It's OP. But they balanced the set to adjust for that OPness.
Right.
The OPness must be balanced.
Bombardment!
Double bombardment.
Oh, damn, yo.
Dare we fly too close to the sun?
Can you play Arena in any language?
I don't need to tunnel this time. So I just destroyed his Skaith zombie that could have defended. I will pass this. Oh shit, I wanted to attack and I thought I was just passing my ability to do abilities right there. How do I go into... Alright, I'll have to figure that out. As an additional cost to casting the spell, discard a card. So she's discarding a card and she's okay with it. This is highlighting because technically I could activate his ability right now. It would be stupid.
Oh.
But it is saying technically you could if you wanted. I'm passing because there's nothing I can really do or want to do.
10 different languages. Interesting. Thank you.
I'll pass again. Taking 2 damage, no blocks.
That's okay.
Pass again. So see, the fact that I have this guy with an ability to activate his ability means that I'm clicking a lot now, passing, because these are all the opportunities I have to activate things. Like
Gotcha.
7 clicks for the turn to say, no, I don't want to use that ability right now.
Huh.
So, next says to combat, so yes, we will, but I don't want my guy to die, so I'm not going to go to combat yet. Well, I want to know. Let's see. Clear him. I think I'm going to lose this guy, but I wanted to see how this plays. Ah, I do get the opportunity now to use his ability before he can declare blockers. I just wanted to know when that could be done. Okay. Uh-oh, what is that? Whenever a creature your opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. He gets more powerful the more that hit my guys die, which is kind of a good counter to a goblin deck.
Yeah.
He's attacking for 7. I might want to start using some chump blockers. Ow, ow. Haste, 2/1. Can I just out-damage? Can I win just from brute force right now? I'm 1 short of dying next turn. All attack. Let's see what happens. I don't want to do the math.
Understandable.
So much fun.
Yeah.
Look at that stack of damage. Boom, 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 boom.
I like that it's set up.
I would have won if I had made that mistake earlier about when to declare my attackers. I win. Ooh, but look at this. BM. Watch this. This is gonna be... Wait, there's more than that. There should be more than that.
It doesn't matter. They don't let BMs happen.
It should be 9 total damage plus the attackers.
Well done.
Herloon Minotaur. Classic. Nobody's ever liked this card.
But you have to.
Yeah. Ogre Battle Driver. This is the guy that I want. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, that creature gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. So all my little goblins are going to be coming out really just flinging themselves at him.
Nice.
Goblin Gang Leader enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 red creature tokens. So, for instance, if this guy's out there already, and then the next turn I play this, I'm going to get... This guy will become a 4 Is it, what is he? +2
Plus two,
+0.
plus
He'll
zero.
become a 4/2 with
4/2.
haste, and 2 more 3/1s with haste will come out just from one card.
Damn.
Pretty cool. Late game strats.
Oh my goodness. So they're saying all kinds of things in here, these guys. They're
What?
talking about Yu-Gi-Oh decks,
Oh god.
and they're wondering if you would play there's a Yu-Gi-Oh card, or a game coming out. Yeah. There's your answer.
A digital game?
I think so.
I don't know. Maybe as a lark, just to
Yeah.
finally see what Yu-Gi-Oh is all about. Everything about Yu-Gi-Oh, from the style of animation of the show down to the nature of the numbers involved for the math. Like you're doing like long division to calculate some of the battles. It feels like
Oh my god.
bullshit.
Someone in there was saying also like they liked the art on the Magic cards because they were comparing it to Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And I guess you can have like idols or something on Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Look at this. This used to be called a different thing. This used to be called Forest Druid. But anyways, Woodland Mystic. It can be tapped like a land.
Right.
The
those are
reason
cool.
that's powerful is this is called mana ramp, meaning on her. So right now she's casting 2 mana to get a 1/1. Seems pretty not powerful, but that means on turn 3
You have-
she has 4 mana available, which means some big ass creatures might come out on her 4th turn. So
Okay.
since I know green strategy, it's just a 1/1, but I don't want you to have 4 mana next turn, because then I might see a 4/4 on the board on your 3rd turn. That's scary. Not worth it.
Forest Druid is also another card.
Which I think is the exact same casting. Oh wait, maybe Forest Druid was only 1 green. Maybe that's the difference. Anyways, this guy has haste? Little dinosaur nest robber.
Yeah, little bastard. But I mean, 2/1 with haste. For how much? 2?
For 2,
Two
yeah,
red.
pretty good. But in this deck, kind of lame to take up a spot that should be a goblin. That won't trigger my bombardment or anything, unless bombardment wasn't goblins. Maybe it was just creatures.
No, I think it was goblins.
I thought it was goblins, but maybe it was just the card called Goblin Bombardment.
Maybe.
Wow, nothing to play except for the shock, which I should have actually played at the end of the last turn, but I think we didn't have the mana. I do not want her to have extra mana, so it's worth it. At this point, it's diminishing returns. Like, I mean, the difference of having 4 mana on turn 3 is a lot different from her getting to have 6 mana on turn 5. A little bit less of a
Yeah.
horrible situation there.
Ooh, burn bright.
So at this point, I might hold on to my shock.
You have another shock in there? You used it.
Yeah, I thought I did have an extra one. I don't. Okay, never mind.
She'd have 8 mana right now if you didn't kill the Rampers.
Right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be scary?
Yeah.
On turn 5? Turn 4 even? Goblin Gang Leader will come out with 2 tokens. Sucks that he's not triggering anything, but... And then we'll attack with everybody that is available, which is just my Nest Raider. My little dinosaur, he's not even a dinosaur, well, he's a dinosaur, but bird dinosaur, doesn't count. So this guy, here's context. He could have come out on the 3rd turn if I hadn't been killing these people,
Yeah.
these woodland mystics. And I have this card that says creatures you control. Not just creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn, which, what do I want to do? It's the only thing I can cast this turn. I can't cast the Volcanic Dragon yet.
You need 2 more mana, not 1 more
So
mana.
maybe I will just go ahead and attack with everybody. I'll attack. Now. Good. Now. I could cast this now, but that would give her the information of like the fact that I've cast it. I would rather her not have that information right now and say
Determine the blockers.
to determine the blockers. So her not knowing I have Burn Bright in my hand, I say, how are you gonna block? Now that she's declared her blockers, I can say, well, based on that information, I was gonna do it anyway, but surprise, maybe she wouldn't have let all these guys through had she known that.
Yeah.
Maybe she would have sacrificed the Woodland Mystic to prevent an extra 3 damage.
And that's why it's important to sometimes leave, based on what's in your card, some mana untapped.
True. So that they're always guessing. And I win.
Boy,
BM.
howdy do you.
That's a BM.
Are all Magic cards like this style-wise, or are there cards with very different art styles? They're all kind of like this. Like this is...
They use many, many different... It depends on
You
the
say
artist.
very different?
In the old days, they used to have wildly different art styles. You'd have some impressionistic painters on some cards.
Oh, that's kind of true, eh?
But I would say these days more than ever, like they've grown closer to trying to keep it all kind of fitting together.
Cohesive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
used to
that's
hate
what I
having-
like about these,
Yeah.
about Magic cards, is they work together very well. They're like hundreds, maybe thousands of artists, but they look good together.
The thing that was interesting to me was that sometimes they would get a more cartoony styled artist to do the Goblin cards, which was kind of fun. Like the Goblin cards would all have this much different, less severe looking style. They would look kind of silly, which was kind of neat. So I just got a Phoenix, flying, 5/3. When it dies, it comes back to my hand. So even though red decks don't have card draw, this is like having card draw late game because it keeps coming back to my
Right.
hand. Molten Ravager gets +1/+0 until end of turn if I pay a red mana to do it. So he's a 0/4 that only costs. So yeah, that's interesting. But I have to spend all that every turn. Sometimes it's better just to see it in practice. The sounds are pretty good. Not as good as Hearthstone. I don't think it's quite as well designed that way, but it's damn good for what I've seen from Magic in the past. And it is still nice. It feels good. Just not quite as good as they did.
Double strike.
Meaning it does damage, then does it again. It does, and there's a reason why that matters. Instead of saying it's a 2/1, it enters into like the order of things, and you have to see it to know why.
Can you
that
mulligan?
matters. They haven't shown that ability yet. Wow, very slow start for a red deck. So he attacks for 2.
Kind of why I was asking about the mulligan. Can you, it's like, if you draw your cards and it looks crappy, you have one chance to say, I'm gonna put these back.
Unlimited, actually.
Unlimited?
In Magic, when you mulligan,
And pick
you
cards.
draw one less card. And I've mulliganed down to 2 cards before in tournaments where I'm like, you know, I know that like, yeah, where I'm just like, if I don't have at least one of these in my hand to start, I'm really fucked. So I've seen dudes go down to 1 card,
That's
frustrated,
wild.
and still win.
Damn. It's cute that all the beasts seem to have their own audio.
Yeah. So I've got this guy who, very expensive to pump him up, but he can attack and then become whatever I decide based on what he blocks with. So he has to know that when I attack with this, it could be 4 to the face. If I'm willing to spend the mana to do it. The only other things I can cast right now is bombardments, which don't really help much when it's just a single creature. And it does look like it's any creature, not just goblins when they attack.
It seems mulligan rules have changed several times. The cards go on the bottom, not shuffled in. Is that what it was like when we played? I don't remember.
I don't know.
But that's interesting.
So, in the old days, they may have changed the rules. You couldn't attack with a creature with 0 attack. You had to at least give it 1 attack to start the attack.
I mean, like, why would you?
Well, in this case, he can get bigger.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't even be allowed. The rules said you can't attack with a 0. Like, he has to at least have 1 to start an attack. All right, 1 attacker. How are you gonna block, dude? He's not gonna block. Oh, he hasn't decided yet. It's not there. How are you gonna block? Not gonna block at all. I think I made a bad move. Well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm a red deck. To damage, no, activate his ability. There we go. So, how many times? How does this work? Activate ability. Ah. And I have to do that every time? Okay. It's kind of annoying. Can I say, like, activate it 4 times? You know why I can't?
Why?
Because in Magic, he has, between every one of these moves, he can decide if he wants to do something.
Wow.
And that's where Magic gets convoluted. Vigilance. So these can attack without tapping, so they're always going to be blocking potentially. I think I got some pretty bad draws in this match.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it.
Oh, that's why this guy's cool with him. Oh, that's neat. So, Goblin Tunneler lets anybody with 2 power or less. Says they can't be blocked. This guy has 0. So you can initiate it on him, then make him more than 2 when he attacks.
That's sneaky.
That is sneaky. Ugh, I don't like it activating it like this. So much clicking. Oh.
But if you get...
He knew that he could block no matter what, because it doesn't matter. I don't even know what I was doing there.
If it gets buffed past 2, does it still work? It still works?
Yeah. Because it's already, the ability already took effect. And that's why that's a good combo. Bit of a misplay I did before there, but now I'm coming through for a lot of damage. So, he is now traveling through a tunnel as a little 0-4 guy.
Just a little guy.
But now, like, I could just wait for, it says to blockers. Technically, this would be the right order. Now I can activate, but. It's laborious. And imagine playing where you have to wait. I've played when I used to play at MTGO, the very serious online component of Magic. Activate once, wait, and they have to click a thing.
Oh my
and
god.
Say yes. Every
Wow.
time. You have to click, they have to click. You have to click, they have to click. And some guys would just take for fucking ever. Some guys would strategically, knowing that you'll get impatient, each player had a clock to keep games going so they didn't go too long. And if you ran out of the clock, you would, like, it was like a 20-minute clock, and it was always ticking when it's just like one of those chess clocks.
Yeah.
They would strategically, if they knew they had an abundance of time, just wait a bit after like something that innocuous. They'd be like, I'm not gonna say okay yet. And then they'd hope that you weren't paying attention, then they'd click it and hope that you would lose some of your clock. Because you would like looked away because you're like waiting for this guy who doesn't seem to be at his keyboard, and you would lose extra clock. The game was shit online. I don't know if they fixed that somehow in this.
Because, yeah, you do still have to click here.
Yeah. There is a thing that says auto click or auto pass down there. But strategically, technically, you shouldn't auto pass, because if you do, you're telegraphing to them, I have nothing in my hand that could possibly interrupt you. And you don't want that to be known to the opponent. Anyways.
What a bunch of knobs.
Ugh, it's the worst. You guys don't know the half
Yeah,
of it.
it's like the rope and Hearthstone.
Yeah, which is amazing. The rope
Yeah.
is per turn time limit was great. When Siege Dragon enters the battle, destroy all walls your opponent controls. Whenever he attacks, if any player controls no walls, deal 2 damage to each creature without flying that player controls. So I can like get rid of only this guy, basically, from that ability.
That guy has fire?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna put this out here though because it's a 5/5 flying dragon. So even though I'm taking a turn to not do damage, put the 5/5 flyer out there. And I'm not gonna attack because he'll be blocked by a main serval. Doesn't matter.
You said all
Oops.
attack?
Cancel all attacks. No attacks. End turn. Okay. They just gained 4 life. They're asking me, would you like to use Goblin Tunneler right now? After she played that. No. And this is what I don't like about Magic.
Yeah.
Would you like to play Goblin Tunneler now that you've seen this happen? No. Now perhaps you'd like to play Goblin Tunneler. And now it's my turn because they've decided not to attack. So there's only so much you can do about a game that was designed 3 decades ago and can't be modernized unless you completely throw out the existing rule set, unfortunately. So I am a little bit dismayed to learn that there's still this clunkiness in
Aw.
Magic.
I mean, it's not that bad if it's on mobile, right? Like, it's just like,
I'm still having to click a lot, like, but, you know, and I don't know, do they have the Hearthstone rope, like, where you can't game the system and, I don't know. What's the good play here? It'll only do 2 damage to that guy. I think I should be holding back the dragon. And just continuing to attack with my Raider. My Ravager, rather. Yeah. I'm a little worried about how much damage I might take in the next coming turns. 3, 4. I can take up to 5 damage. I'd be down to 1. I might not want to actually. It's too late. No, it's not. I just tapped my Goblin Tunneler and I didn't cast anything because I auto-passed with apparently B.
oh, shit.
Oh, and you just put pacifism. Oh, I was gonna die anyways. This is getting through. My first real loss here. Just gonna let it happen. I think I could have technically survived another turn, but I'm fucked. Plus, I just, like, auto-passed my whole turn with B. Watch out.
So by default, it auto passes when you don't have something you can do, but that's a bit of a downside against experienced players because they can see you pausing.
So you want to turn off that default.
You can turn it off. You need to click every time.
If they don't see your game pausing, they think, oh, he has nothing. All right, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's got auto-pass on to let me know that. Yeah, it's a fundamental problem with the game, and unless they're willing to make some people angry with overhauling it and changing the game to get modern, Magic's always going to be clunky. And honestly, like, while it's fun to jump in for a little bit, it'll never sway me like Hearthstone did.
Really?
You guys saw my earliest Hearthstone things. I was like, every moment I learned a new thing. I was like, yes! Thank you! That's so annoying in Magic and you fixed it. And that's why Hearthstone became so popular so quick, because old players were like, this is so familiar, but so much better.
Yeah. Sigh.
But of course, there's all these mainstays that'll be like, you change a single fucking thing of my favorite old game, I'll never come back. Or something, you know? They will. I can't do anything if I block. Well, I can take the damage. Why is he doing this? Just to see if I won't.
you guys play, a bunch of turbos play this?
So, just to mention here, right there, he attacked, and I could have let it through. There's nothing he could do to buff it. Or I can block with my 0-4 and prevent 2 damage to my face. There would be guys who I'd play Magic against in real life who would like attack, say I'm declaring attack, and I'd be like, you know, they would try to get you to go past the point of no return and lawyer you on it if you didn't declare a blocker. Like, you'd say attacking, and then you're technically supposed to say no blocks. And this is kind of a weird situation because it's hard to imagine a point where they progress to the attacking phase or something. Like, they could trick you by saying something like, do you have any spells to cast? And if you said no, you might not say no blocks because you feel like it was implied that I'm going to be blocking. But they tricked you by getting to say something else, like any spells to cast, they'd say to you, and you'd be like, oh no, and be like, okay, so 2 damage to the face or something, and be like, wait, no, I'm gonna block, and be like, we're past that phase. You can't declare blockers now. And then they'd call a judge over and say he passed, or something like that. I would play guys like that, and that was another one of those things where good faith. Again, that's a weird example. That doesn't, not even really technically true how that plays, but there things like that would happen. And people wouldn't play in good faith.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be like, not only would they not play in good faith, where somebody makes an honest mistake, where like obviously you would have wanted to if you hadn't made that mental, like silly error. There'd be people who'd want to win that way, instead of having good sportsmanship. And then not only people would be happy to win that way, others that wanted to make that happen to win that way. And that was disgusting to me, and that's why I quit Magic. There were so many players like that at certain shops. It was just gross.
Was it worse at the Toronto shop or the Vancouver shop?
Toronto shop was worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vancouver actually had some really good guys.
Yeah.
I actually liked them. And
cool.
I actually went to the house of one of the guys. Like, they were generally just cool dudes. Like, they had hobbies outside of Magic, and like, you know.
Cool.
They were nice guys, and it was 2 brothers and their best friend, and generally just good attitudes.
Yeah.
Their best friend, or their friend, was like kind of a derpy guy. He was probably the socially, like, much nerdier than them. They weren't nerdy at all, in fact, the 2 brothers, but their friend was nerdy, and they like helped him be a little less awkward in situations. Aww. Like, it was like, they were kind of, nice, kind of adorable. Choosing attackers, I don't want to attack one of them as a defender. No attacks. So it wasn't all bad either. I don't want to paint all Magic players as horrible. It's just that there was, like, I get caught up on things. I hold grudges. I get really, part of the reason I could never go out in public. I feel like I get stuck on things that rub me the wrong way, and I just couldn't get over it, like how shitty a person would be or something. And so it really got me in a bad mood. There'd be times when we were playing. Oh, that was fucking weird.
You thought it was...
Yeah. Hugo just came down and started meowing, and then that meowed.
That was weird. The meow freaked me out too.
Competitive Magic is kind of, I guess, that you could consider it legal gambling in the tournaments where the prize pools are big. Because those cards are worth money. Yeah. Like, they never gave cash prizes, but they did give massive amounts of, like, card stock that could be easily resold for retail value. So, yeah, legal gambling in a way, I guess.
But not enough that you would need to claim it on your taxes.
I mean, I don't know.
I won $2,000 getting second at a tournament years ago.
They gave you cash?
Shit.
I don't know how tournaments and cash work in the world of gambling. Like, you can't give cash to a team that wins a basketball tournament or something. It's skill-based, right? It's not just gambling. Isn't a skill-based test not gambling?
It's different. There's different rules in different parts of Canada.
If I enter an art contest with a cash prize, is that not gambling if it has an entry fee?
I don't know.
I don't know how it works. Okay, anyways.
Winnings aren't taxable in Canada. I thought you said
really?
they were.
I thought they were.
Quasi would know.
Because my question actually was the other day, I was thinking, if winnings were taxable, if gambling winnings are taxable...
It is in America, though.
Okay, so in America, if gambling winnings are taxable, are gambling losses write-offs? Are they tax deductible? Like a business? It's technically a business expense. If you can make profit at gambling, then the money you lose from gambling is a business expense.
Yeah, we were like, is that how it would work in America?
It has to.
I'm going to mulligan on that question.
How can you tell people they're making profits, but they're not spending anything to make those profits when they're losing so much?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get prepped here. This is all I'm doing. This is weird for a red deck to do this, but I'm like preparing for the future and not attacking. No attacks. So I'll let the other serval through. Two bombardments. Then I can attack with, next to combat. And I'm gonna, two attackers. That triggers that right away no matter what. I'll make one of these unblockable. Now I want to see who's defending. Oh, not gonna defend at all. Then I will use, yeah. Yeah, this is already way more boring than Hearthstone because as soon as you start to get some like more involved abilities in, the thinking, the math, the amount of like, I loved in Hearthstone, once your turn is over, it's all out of your hands. Just watch the fireworks. They have to do all the thinking. Until it's your turn again, you don't have to worry what happened. It's already set in stone. It's all their decision.
Yo, at tournaments and competitions, would some of the younger kids that were playing, did their parents ever get involved in like disputes?
No, I never saw that happen.
No.
People would be careful with kids. Like they didn't want to like be an. Not true. I actually saw some people who were kids were fair game to be assholes too. Oops. It's heady days, man. Weird times. I would play against kids that were really cute.
Yeah.
In tournaments. Mostly it was tournaments again. You'd see way more people than were regulars at your card shop show up.
Right.
And playing against kids who were just learning the game or like...
Aw, would you ever give them hints?
I loved playing kids.
Oh,
I would totally
cute.
like give them extra hints. I wouldn't patronize them though. I wouldn't be easy on them.
Yeah.
But I would say things like, tell them why something just played out like that, or like...
Oh my god, that's awesome.
You know, if they made a mistake, I would tell them, next time you might want to do this because otherwise you're like telegraphing to me this or whatever. I would give them gameplay tips as I played.
Cool.
I wouldn't see many adults doing that. No.
Yeah. Aw.
And I loved doing it. It was so much fun. I always remember wishing there were more kids around because they were the most fun to play with. Because they were just like enjoying it. Like,
yeah.
Oh, except probably one of the nails that hit the coffin for me leaving the Toronto shop was I had already dealt with enough assholes, then an asshole kid came.
Oh no.
And that was like the end of it. I was like, I'm done. I was like, I've dealt with this fucker and whatever. Sometimes he wins, sometimes I win, whatever. Then the fucking asshole kid came with attitude. And I was like, I'm out of this shop.
Oh,
like,
no.
You got asshole kids now that I have to play? No. And I think I even remember his dad coming in, and he was also like an asshole who was just like, he like come up to his kid, be like, "You done yet?" And the kid like, "No." Be like, "Buy me that," and he's like, "All right, fine, whatever." And get one of these, and then he'd be like, "All right, meet me in the car."
Jesus.
And the kid just got whatever he wanted. He played like a fucking dickhead. Hated that kid. I remember I actually told the card shop guy too, before I left for my final time. I said, "I'm not coming back. This card shop has a bad culture. This is why." I told him the perpetrators. I said, "This guy makes it an uncomfortable place to be in. This guy does this. This guy tries to trick people. And I'm just laying it out all out there." And the card shop owner was an awesome guy, and he liked me. Aww. And he was like, "I'm sorry to hear all that, man." And I was like, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll take all this to heart. I hope you come back one day." And I was like, I had other things going on. And I told him that too. I said I was going to be playing less soon anyways, but I'm just letting you know as my parting words that this was an issue here for me.
Wow.
If you want more people like me coming around, slightly more casual people like who are willing to spend some money, it might be an issue in the future. All right. What do I want to do here? I think maybe just one tunneler should be enough. Along with my dragon. Oh, I don't want to. I don't need to. Doesn't matter.
Can I stop yet, Hugo?
Attack dragon. 2 attackers. 3 bombardments. Oh, plus that guy. I forgot. Siege Dragon did that to his guys. That's cool. And now. Wait, did I already? No, I didn't. Yeah, I don't like magic. I'm not playing this long term.
Oh no.
This is fucked up, man. And you can already tell from this how long games could go.
Oh yeah.
Like board locks. Hearthstone was designed from the ground up not to let games go beyond a certain point. Now I get to order the blockers. Drag to order the creatures blocking Molten Ravager. I get to, he gets to decide who the blockers are. Then I get to decide which order they're in, but not who takes the damage, so it has to like kind of go through them. That's fine, whatever. You guys enjoying my card stories, my harrowing tales?
What's that exclamation mark and explosion on that one card, far right?
Oh, exclamation mark, probably saying he can't attack or block.
Oh, okay.
Because he's been pacified. Yeah, he pacifismed it.
Loving it.
But you guys saw this a lot with my Hearthstone play. I've always been all about sportsmanship. And even I got infected playing too much Hearthstone. Like, you start to do your own BMs because you're like, you see every player that you're facing as the last guy who did a BM to you.
Yeah.
And so sometimes you'll stick it to somebody else because you're in a bad mood. And that's the downside of not seeing the face of the people you're playing.
Yeah.
You get bad attitudes about everybody. But like, I loved in person just having good matches against good people, having sportsmanship, having fun, learning as you play and stuff.
Yeah. One of my first experiences of the show was you playing Magic and showing the Fraser card you made. Aww.
In the edited show, yeah, I remember that.
I'm just wondering why we haven't heard some of these stories on Halloween's childhood trauma stories.
I wasn't a child when I had the trauma. The Bird Maiden story is my only trauma. Everything else happened when I was an adult.
This is adult trauma. And this flea markets, the good old days of buying 300 fake cards for $10.
Fake cards.
And cheap knockoff Beyblades.
I think I win. This is laborious as hell. These Molten Ravagers are proving how bad this is. Is there no button that just says activate as many times as I can? In real life, you would say that. Except in serious tournaments, you would actually have.
Oh my god.
During a serious tournament, you didn't want to fuck around. Like during an actual just card shop small tournament, you'd be like, yeah, I'll just like pump him up 7 times, and he'd be like, on the 3rd time that you pump him up, going back, wait, I will do this. But in an actual tournament, if you're playing really serious and you want to make sure that you don't make any mistakes and no mistakes are made in the play, you would say, I'll activate him and pump him once. Any response? I'll activate him and pump him once again.
Oh my
I'll
god.
activate him and pump him once again. And that's how the game has a problem.
You might be able to tap all of the mana before you hit activate abilities.
You think? Like if I just went like that, then activate, and it would just use my whole pool automatically. Again, not the greatest strategy, unfortunately.
Well, you're playing against a computer right now. So.
Yeah. But I don't even want to think about that. What's a good strategy in terms of how clunky I make my pumping? Like,
Right, yeah.
So there's nice nostalgia looking at this, and it's a pretty game, and, you know, there's things that are fun. I wish they were brave enough to modernize the game. Reduced ashes deals 5 damage to a target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Exile means not even the graveyard, just taken out of the game.
Whoa.
Cannot be brought back.
That's crazy.
Until they design a card that says bring a card back from exile. Of course they will. Other goblins you control get +1/+1. Sacrifice the goblin, destroy target artifact. Okay. Oh, interesting. Just some utility. Red deck usually doesn't have too much utility like that.
Ooh, yeah. I remember that card.
Inescapable Blaze can't be countered. Deals 6 damage to any target.
Flying in haste.
Upgrade my deck. Probably round out this run here soon. But I did want to see like what it's like. Do I have to probably finish all these decks before I'm allowed to play against humans?
Probably.
I wanted to see what an arena run's like. Can you do arena runs for free? I'm asking directly. Like, I don't need it to be a surprise or not. How do arena runs work? Do they make you pay?
Cool art. You gotta finish all the colors.
But you can draft in this for free?
I think you can skip the tutorials. I think so.
They're letting me mulligan.
Ah, there you go.
You will return 1 card to the bottom of your library. What? What does that mean?
Oh, they
What?
definitely changed mulligan.
You can do it card by card? What?
You will return 2 cards to the bottom of your
Oh. I'll keep these.
Yeah, it was like what we think of as a mulligan. It picked all new cards.
What do they mean keep 6? There's 7 cards here.
Yeah, but now you click keep 6, I think, and you maybe get to choose. When you mulligan, you see all 7, but each time you put an additional card back, and you keep it. So what do you want on the bottom of your deck?
So do I get to return a card to the bottom of the library, or, like, on my first draw too?
Oh, hello. Timer. No, just right now.
Yeah, I'm not. Just in the opening hand. So the opening hand, you send 1 to the bottom of your library?
If you mulligan, right?
But I mulliganed and it said 2.
No, it said 1.
It said 1 before I said mulligan.
You only had to
Oh,
put 1 card over
you're
there,
right.
though.
I'm still confused though. Anyways. I've never done this in real life. This is new. These are new mulligan rules. We used to be, if you mulliganed, you shuffled your hand back into your deck, then you drew 7 cards instead of 8, or 6 instead of 7, depending on whose turn was first.
But there's 7 cards in this deck, not 8. Yeah.
Hand.
Hand.
Yeah, it's different though. We never got to choose what went to the bottom of the library. There's no such thing. You
just drew them.
You drew 7 new cards. Then if you didn't like it, you shuffled that in. You drew 6 cards. Didn't like it, shuffle that in. Draw 5 cards.
But these hands, it's not 8. What you're playing with right now is 7.
Yeah.
I think that's where you're getting confused.
8 is what you draw when you're not going first. You get to draw 8 cards.
Right. Okay. Got it.
Am I against a real human? This is my first human opponent?
I guess so.
That's why they gave me a mulligan?
Yes, I think. There's a timer, so I figured it was a real person.
And they're taking their time. And this is, even Hearthstone had this issue. All these streams I did where I was just sitting here waiting for my opponent who's doing nothing. It's still his turn technically, because I still could play Shock before the end. That's a loud goblin.
Yeah.
Oh, would he like to play anything? So not only do I have to wait for an inactive opponent during his turn when he's not doing anything, I have to wait after I play a thing and he's not doing anything. And since his timer ran out on his turn, shouldn't this like countdown be much smaller? Shouldn't it, like that's what they do in Hearthstone. If they've run out their timer, the next time the timer appears, it's going to go really fast until they prove that they're actually at their computer.
It is smaller?
It doesn't feel like it.
If the timer runs out, he loses.
3 seconds. Very different from... Read it again, Becky. If the timer runs out, he loses 3 seconds.
Oh!
Not he loses, but yes, he didn't.
I thought it was a...
He lose 3S, one word. So it's actually Ian Kid's fault. You're right to think that maybe the 3 meant an apostrophe.
I assumed, like,
Yeah.
even though it would be a 7 and not a 3.
Oh, it was the other typo that I thought. Okay. He lose. Two. Whenever naturalist attacks, add a red or a green. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. What? Oh, okay. You just get it to the end of your... And then other worlds and transforms into this when? Daybound. I don't even know what Daybound and Nightbound is. I have no idea what that mechanic is. But I'm just gonna go ahead and like shock that thing because I'm not taking the risk. What the fuck is Daybound and Nightbound?
It's from the last season.
What does that matter to me? What season it's from?
Well,
What
just
is
the fact
Daybound
that
and
it's
Nightbound?
a new mechanic, like very
Okay,
new.
I see. Target creature gets +2, so he's pumping it before it can die.
Oh, the icon on the left-hand side here is what day is?
Okay, day. When does it become day and when does it become night?
This guy's daybound.
This is, I have to say, pretty poor of Magic the Gathering to put me against somebody using mechanics I haven't even been tutorialized on yet. Like, this is the matchmaking. I'm against, like, somebody.
Yeah.
I have the default deck.
Yeah.
I have the default deck that's been given to me, and he's using what is clearly a crafted collection deck.
And we're still like
That's the
kind of
matchmake?
in the tutorial, right?
I'm out of it, technically, I think.
I'm surprised they matched you against a human here.
I'm just gonna concede, because this is stupid.
So if you cast no spells, it turns to night. Whoa. That's why I stopped a couple months back, kept getting thrown at stupid decks.
Oh, so from the outset, this was a non-starter getting into this game because the matchmaking sucks? Oh, but what the thing is maybe not true, because what I care about is draft.
Right.
So how do you do that? I have 250 coins. Earn gold by playing games and completing quests. Wild cards are redeemed in your collection for cards of the same rarity. Deck Builder. Go to the Deck Builder, use your wild cards, browse packs. Opening packs earns you wild cards. Get packs. 6 packs, $12, $2 packs. Basically the price they are in real life.
It's like 1,200 diamonds or something.
Or 1,000 in-game coins gets me a single pack. How much are Hearthstone packs? And why is the fucking poorly aged form of the Slytherin kid on the front of these packs?
I believe you have to skip the tutorial to get to draft. This is the current season deck.
So limited. They banned a card in the online component, which is basically the game designer saying we fucked up. Yeah, we fucked up. We probably shouldn't have done that.
God, look at that art.
They're not playable in history. I've always wondered. Okay, so they have historic cards as well. Crimson Vow available now.
Ooh, more quests. You'll get another one every day.
Cast
There's
20
extra
blue.
rewards for daily and weekly wins too. Golly, there's just so much to look forward to.
Yeah.
Oh, pack reward. To get, if I get to the next level, I need experience. Complete 2 color challenges to get some 1,000 gold. Where, like, if I go to play, there's brawls. Play a game with a standard deck built around legendary creatures to play as Walker. Traditional standard play, which is constructed decks. What is just play?
Single player versus another player, I think it said. Yeah.
How do I get to Arena?
You have 2 ranks.
God damn it, you
One
have
for
to
constructed
complete all the
and
colors
one
to unlock
for
the play
limited.
modes. All the play modes.
Your constructed rank is affected by ranked games, while your limited rank is tied to draft and sealed events.
Yes. That could actually be fun. Draft, I just called it. And sealed could actually be fun because some people will make crazy ass decks because they have no choice but to make work what they drew. So you get a lot more fun. So it takes to enter. Is this the? Oh, these are the rewards. And this is the season. These are season rewards for how many wins you get or like what you reach.
I'm so confused, you guys. You need to complete the color challenges. Typically, you need to complete all the challenges to get draft, or you can skip tutorial.
But wouldn't I lose a bunch of things if I did that? If I skipped the tutorial, I'd probably lose rewards.
I guess, maybe. You can skip tutorials from the account screen on the options menu.
And I don't think you'd get that 1,000 gold if you did. Like, you get a free 1,000 gold for doing the tutorials, and I probably should continue to learn about the cards.
I don't think you'd get that 1,000 gold.
So, and then they have another currency, of course. There has to be so many currencies. There's
Drafts cost 10,000 gold.
10,000 gold!
Or 1,500 gems.
10 or half that for bot drafts. So you're drafting just with the computer. What's the point? Color challenge is the tutorial, basically, then.
Ooh, those are wildcards.
Okay.
You can redeem wildcards for any card of the same rarity. Go to the deck builder to use your wildcards.
I think Mastery was the screen that showed me my color challenges. Oh wait, maybe not. Home? Down.
Ooh, those are wildcards. You can redeem wildcards for any card of the same
This is where I was.
rarity.
This is the
Oh.
tutorial.
Alright. So you have to play 5, 10, 15.
She has all the checkpoints.
So many opportunities to get lost.
Yeah, because you played all these guys.
Yeah, so by clicking play after that, I basically just said I'm ready for a human opponent, which is kind of a silly thing to put in there.
Gotcha. Yes, okay, we finished.
Wild animals I like.
Okay,
People, not so much.
I'll play a little bit more. I'm gonna take a quick break.
Oh,
Pee
man.
break.
How?
We can take turns.
Okay.
Might want to turn off your mic though, otherwise people don't want to hear me pee.
ですね。
You can go. I'm just asking them a question before I turn it back off. You can go. One question I have, guys. You said 10,000 to get into a draft run. 10,000 gold. How hard is it to get gold? And how do you earn it? Can I earn gold without having to play constructed? Because I don't want to. Anyways. And how much does it cost money-wise to do a draft? Also, how long does a draft, how many games do you get out of a draft, typically? All right. Primary source is daily rewards. But to get those daily rewards, and no, not really. I don't know what my question was that you said no, not really to. I never remember what I asked. You have to put the question in the answer. I asked a lot, especially right there. You can win gold in 500 gold increments in daily challenges. So against bots, just fun, weird bot play. this materialist. You can put blood there.
I saw that.
Dailies are random goals to fulfill. Bot play sounds like a new fetish. Yeah. Like summon 20 blue cards. So how much can you earn a day? Like, you can win gold in 500 gold increments in daily challenges, but like, does that mean 1,500 gold a day? How many challenges can you do a day? $1,500 from the 3 challenges per day. So you'd need to save up over the course of a week to get 1 draft run if you're playing for free. Oh, you only get 1 each day, so you'd have to save up over the course of 2 to 3 weeks until you get a free draft run. Well, I guess that's better than nothing, because in Hearthstone you couldn't even have free draft runs. You always had to pay. When you win drafts, you get some of the currency back. If you do well, you're getting. How are the drafts run? Is it casual, like you get to like click in and go, or is it against the players you drafted with and you have to sit there and make sure that you're playing when it's time to play? With MTGO, if you entered a draft, you were in for like, just like at a card shop, for 3 to 4 hours play at least. And you were in a tournament against the players you drafted with, which makes sense because the nature of draft to some extent is knowing what was in the draft pool and what you might be facing. You keep the cards you draft, right? Unlike in Hearthstone. So that would be like why you would want to draft a computer, because otherwise what's the point? I'm playing with a green deck against a Johnny Goldmane. So I still didn't get the answer. How many matches do you get out of a draft? How long is the tournament? Add 1 mana of any color. If you control a creature with power of 4 or greater, add 2 mana. Oh my god, they're like birds of paradise. Except they don't fly. My little the kitty out there.
Drafts are either 7 wins or 3 losses, whichever comes first.
Right.
Hugo-kun. Come over here.
Otherwise, how much does it cost real money to enter a draft?
And then jump up here. And come up here.
I ramped into...
About $5 USD, I think. But you have to buy 1,600 gems for 10.
So basically they've decided they don't want to devalue the physical game, so they've kept the prices exorbitant. So Magic sucks. Man, I wish that there was a better alternative to Hearthstone. They stated, I remember back in the day, they were always saying that the number one concern with Magic the Gathering Online is that we never devalue the physical game. And that is clearly their goal to this day, to never take away value from the physical game. So they're always going to, just like how video games are never going to come down in price despite being digital.
Mind blowing.
I want to die. I can only do a total of 5 damage. 3, 4,
That's all.
5. Yeah, there. Well, that looks good to me.
So it's 750 gems for quick play, 1,500 for human drafts. That's interesting. That's the first time I've seen that.
How many do I need? Pay 3 more? Pay. Wait a minute. What? Why did it let me cast this if I don't have enough? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? Where's my mana pool? Where did it all go? Cancel. Cancel.
We only have 6, 4,
These
5,
produce
6.
2 per.
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm getting 2 mana because it says that add 2 mana of any one color. I just got. Where's my mana? Where's the mana pool?
If you have 4 power and you don't.
Oh, I thought it said if you have less. Oh, I see what it means. All right, yeah. That wasn't. Doesn't matter. I had enough. Whenever he attacks, he gets +1/+1. And what? Trample? What? I'll have to read that next time.
Damn! That was a quick win.
You have multiple accounts and you have completely free play on only one draft. You started with a couple codes for free draft and went from there. I will say, like, the enticement of drafting that matters, and you keep the cards. Do they have any way to sell cards on this or like trade them for gold in this? It's a slippery slope because when you do that, you start to create ways to launder money. As soon as that happens.
Yeah.
No selling or trading. Smart.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that makes the drafter feel valueless. It's like drafts have even less value for me now. Mm-hmm. Where, like, you've tripled the cost of drafting on this as opposed to Hearthstone Arenas, and yet you've given me no value after the fact because I don't want to play constructed.
Yeah.
So why am I paying triple the cost? Case in point.
Yeah.
Untouchable. I hate constructed. I've never played it in my life. I've never played constructed Magic in my life, except for the Bird Maiden tournament. Ever since then, I fucking and among friends in the very short time that I actually had friends that I played. But even those guys I was telling you about, those brothers from the card shop, and I'd go over and play at their house. We'd play draft.
Oh yeah.
We had our own boxes of cards, and we would play draft games. You use it to earn gold for more drafts. How do you play against bad players? Do I enter into the bad player tournament?
That's where I
To earn
play.
gold?
You guys are taking my gold.
Like, there's a ladder. So there is good matchmaking, despite the fact that I was just matched up as a beginner with a brand new deck against somebody who clearly had a constructed deck. I don't know, man. That didn't seem like it was a good matchmaking when I just accidentally went into PvP.
That match you did a match with was not on the ladder.
Okay.
I don't know why they did that. But
Neither
Rank
do I.
does have a ladder.
Okay.
Yeah. Very weird.
That's this guy. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. So any spells give him pump.
It's a weird creature.
Untap that creature. Ooh. Ooh.
It's cool looking.
Ooh.
And
Let me see
untap.
here. How does this work? 1, 2, 3. I have 4 mana available to me, but I can't cast that, but I can. I have 5 mana available to me. So. No. Yes. Then I'll play Stony Strength. Tapping him for the mana to get it, and playing it on him, which untaps him, which lets him attack.
Woo!
Vigilance and Reach can block flyers.
This is some good music in the background right now.
Colossal Majesty, at the beginning of your upkeep, there's an upkeep stage. If you control a creature with power of 4 or greater, draw a card. So I need a 4. Oh, that's good. If that stays out, it's an enchantment. It may. All attack. For haste Flying Dragon. I get an extra card because I do have a guy with 4 power, and due to that, Colossal Majesty. I suppose I could play another one of these, or I could definitely be able to. Meh. Oops. How you doing, Hughes?
He's alright.
Hey, wait. I needed 5 mana. I did have to tap him. Well, anyway. Ooh, taking it.
It's a red deck.
Interesting that the Planeswalker for green is different from the original 5. Chandra, a Johnny. We've already seen Nessa, or Vess, Liliana Vess.
Liliana.
This is different. This should be Garrock. No, is it Garrock? Or is that from Hearthstone? Anyways, he's a hunter dude. He looks a lot like Garrock.
It is
Or
Garrock?
it is Garrock. Who's the hunter from Hearthstone? Each land you control gives him +1/+1, and he has trample.
Ooh. Shit.
That's an amazing sound effect.
It is.
Probably could have just won if I didn't play him, but you know, it's fun. Just go in the face. Guess I'll just attack with everybody.
2 cards are nice.
12/12 trample.
Damn! Against 1/1. Rexar, but you're probably thinking of Garrosh.
No, Garrosh is the ogre armor dude from. I was thinking about how the hunter speaks a lot like how I would picture. Yeah, Rexar is a lot like how I picture Garrock would speak.
I was like so into this, and now it's all too much.
Too much info.
Too much, like,
Lore.
lore. Yeah.
I never cared about the lore myself. I just like know the faces and the names. We're about to face Jace, the only of the original Planeswalkers to retain his card value. When Planeswalkers were first, so you're a Planeswalker. You're playing as a Planeswalker. You're supposed, that's from the earliest days of Magic. You played as a Planeswalker, but then a set came where Planeswalkers were cards, and it's like I never understood, and I don't think they ever even explained how that logic works. I'm summoning another Planeswalker. How does that work?
Yeah.
Why would he allow himself to be summoned into my battle? But anyways, they became their own cards who sit next to you on the table, and they had crazy abilities, and they don't work like creatures. They are completely different from creatures. Their own new card type. Just your friends, just showing up, just helping out. Except they have a casting cost, which means they were summoned, but you know, whatever. 3, put +1, okay.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. What even are these words? I can get back into it if I just look at the board.
There you go. Put out the druid. This guy makes mana.
I love the word druid.
All attacks. Plain 1/3. Put out a mana. Probably. This is an instant, so I want to attack first. So this gives my guy +1/+1. And I can do it twice, too. So that would give me up to 3/3, which could kill, but only if he blocks with what I want him to block with. So I'm going to start by attacking. All attack. 2 attackers, yes. Who will you block with, asshole? Ashhole.
Hold on, asshole.
So, if you're choosing to block that guy, pump him up twice.
Nice work.
That was
Well
expensive
played.
though. It cost, he has 5 in his hand. I spent a lot of cards to do all that.
That's true.
So, here you go.
Just snuggle up.
Not in this turn, but oops. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Now I lost a mana, I mean, I can't cast him next turn, but whatever. I don't know, that was probably bad. Uh-oh. So I still can't play my Bronto. What does he do? Oh, I can put a counter on him. Late game ability. Very expensive, but when you have an abundance of mana you can't use, why not?
Yeah.
4 mana for a +1/+1 counter. Flying Air Elemental. Classic. So here's where this gets really good, because now I've got this guy who pumps up to just what I need him to whenever he does. I probably won't pump him up there. I was only going to pump him if he defended with the 4/4. Because I want to play my Colossal Majesty so I get some card draw next turn. But only if he sticks around.
Yeah.
I'll take the damage. Because you're fucked, asshole. I think. He has to block.
And they all have flying.
He doesn't have to
Great.
block. I was wrong. Let's hope he can't kill me next turn.
Yeah.
It might not even be worth doing the extra damage right now. surprised he was confident enough to take it to the face, given that he's going against a green deck that can like buff at any time. Like I could have won right there for all he knew, and he clearly didn't have a win this turn, so he didn't even have a game plan, so that was just dumb. Rabid bite. It's a human biting a werewolf.
Oh my god.
Target creature deals damage equal to its power to a target creature you don't control. So it just deals damage. It doesn't have to go into a battle though, so the creature you cast on doesn't like take damage like a battle. But anyways, I think I can just, well, here. The only blocker he has, oh, first, and then, and that doesn't count as combat. It's
Right.
separate from combat.
Right.
So I think I win. Yay!
Another victory. Well done.
Little Hughes. Gigantosaurus. 10/10 for only 5 mana.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's the type of like card that'd make you extremely excited as a kid.
Yeah.
10/10 for just 5 mana. Epic proportions, that's so cool. It's an enchantment that can be cast like an instant, which is really neat. It gets +5/+5 and trample. But who's gonna leave 6 mana open to cast an instant on your opponent's turn? Like the opponent will know exactly what's coming.
Right. If they know the decks.
If they know the decks, if that card is in meta, which I doubt it ever would be. Typhoid rat. What do they do? Just death touch. So it's like having poison. Anything they touch dies.
Okay.
Guy gets +1/+1 every time something dies on his side. So I'm sure he'll be happy to have those rats die.
Right.
However, I don't want that guy to get pumped up.
Good call.
And this is kind of weird because, like, I want mana ramp to get to this guy, so I want to keep this guy around. On the other hand, this guy comes around, and those rats are still out there.
Yeah.
They kill him with one touch, so
Yeah.
I'd almost rather just trade the 1/1 for the 1/1. Oh, and she didn't even want to.
He knows the value of a rat.
Another rabid bite. Hey, buddy. I should probably rabid bite again. I don't want things to get out of control with these cold blades getting pumped up. Green doesn't usually have a lot of answers for big creatures, except for trading on the board, but they don't usually can't point at something and kill it. Savage Gorger. Look at that art.
Whoa.
A vampire. At the beginning of your end step, if an opponent lost life this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on him. So he just got to do that. Oh, that's bad. I'm in trouble then. No attacks. It'll be a 3/3 now. Maybe I should. Oh! That's classic.
Yeah.
Oh, that goes back way back to 4th edition or before. I remember seeing the art, wanting this card.
Really?
So every time a creature dealt damage by him dies this turn, you put it. So if he kills a creature, He gets +1/+1. He gorges. So we're kind of just both going face right now, but he's got, damn it! So at least I had trample.
Yeah. Like, stuff like that is hard to know.
Forgot about the rats. I'll admit, it was a misplay. Things got out of hand here. Affectionate Indrik. Aww. When he enters the battlefield, you may have it fight a creature you don't control. Oh. That's so sad. He's affectionate. So he just wants to play, and he's gonna... Yes.
Just kind of eat the other one.
But it was a fight this time, not a deals damage to.
Right.
So they actually did fight.
Is there any card you remember solely because of its art? Probably.
Pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
That's the only way I remember things.
Yeah.
So we're both kind of even board, actually. Like, he's dealing some damage, and it's gonna hurt. But she can't kill me. She has no cards in hand. Now I've got a 10-10. This is actually an more even match than it looks. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have played the trample. 10-10's bigger, but the trample is gonna get passed in the next turn.
But the excitement of a 10-10.
Yeah, I stand by my choice. Gigantosaurus. In the end, I win.
Yeah.
Yay! That was a bad play, because, you know. Prized Unicorn. All creatures able to... Was it always called Prized Unicorn? I feel like it was called something else before. Anyways, has Lure on it. That used to be what the ability was called, Lure. All creatures able to block it must. Which is cool when you can, like, pump them up.
Yeah.
Boom.
Damn, bitch went down.
Happy little Hugs. Is it still entertaining for you?
Yes.
A little overwhelming.
It's like my brain is like.
Even mine is like that a bit.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, he brought that.
Yeah. He's a generous stray.
Oh.
He's a good kitty. What have you ever brought us? Lisa brings us things.
World Shaper attacks, you may mill 3 cards. Why? When he dies, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Trample 4/2. Whoa. She can trample me any day.
No.
Horse Lady isn't okay.
So this is against a human?
Ah, cancel.
But wait.
No, I don't want to fight humans.
But you can concede once it begins to get the reward.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, because you must? To get the reward? Alright. If it's a reward, I guess. Epic Gamer. Oh, definitely. That's an auto-concede against an Epic Gamer. I don't know. Let me see just how the very beginning goes.
Oh, you're all wet from drinking water, buddy. This is a nice board.
Evolving Wilds lets him search for any card, any land card he wants. Oh, I can already tell this is bullshit. What the fuck's going on here? Cleric class. What kind enchantment? Class. Gain the next level as sorcery to add its ability. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. Then you level it up. It's kind of like putting a planeswalker out there.
That's from the D&D season. There's a D&D season.
I'm all done. This is stupid. So you got like players playing out of season cards. So this isn't even standard? Like I'm playing like non-standard matches here? Ooh. That's some rewards.
That is so dumb to me, that choice. Like, I don't understand. Who are these people that are playing against us? And do they get rewards for, like, the fact that we just conceded? Because
Are
they're
they your
dicks?
memories or mine?
Oh, I know how standard works. We call them sets, not seasons. Standard includes, how many was it? The last 3 sets? But it also rotates per... They also do big rotations where like many sets will be rotated out in one fell swoop depending on the timing. It's not based on years, it's based on set releases, which usually does coincide with a schedule, but... Shambling Goblin, look at him.
Whoa, cool.
Creature spells with flying you cast. Costs 1 less to cast. Two. I don't know, like... Huh? 2-1. Cool art.
Yeah.
Just a 2-1 though. Human rogue. That's it. Okay. I'm not gonna block. No blocks.
I think black is my second favorite deck.
Yeah, black is
After
really
red.
cool. Guess we should make my flying creatures cost less. That's cool. Hey, buddy.
Move over there.
Yeah, I guess that's... Wow, this is insane.
Yeah.
Wow, what a friggin' deck.
Holy shit.
Blue.
Yeah.
But she might have Pestilence to wipe out a lot of things in one go. That's probably what she has. Maybe not.
That was a good turn.
I'll take the damage because I'm about to go through for a lot. Pestilence would have wiped out everything. Other creatures you control with flying get +1. Check. How much does he cost? I wouldn't be able to cast him again. I was gonna bounce him with Unsummon and cast him again. Wait a minute. So that's his default. And I have 2 of these, meaning he actually is costing 3 mana. I'm 1 mana short of being able to bounce them and do it again and pump them up again.
Oh man.
Oh, I had another one in my hand. Don't have to bounce them. Oh my god. This is a total
Holy
of
shit.
what? How much damage?
Well played.
The bonuses go, oh, it's not a triggering effect, it's not permanent counters. The Phoenix, whenever a creature with flying attacks, you may draw a card, and Frilled Sea Serpent can't be blocked this turn for mana.
Whoa, for lots of
Cool.
mana.
I looked at tigerfish like this. I saw them.
In the ocean.
Yeah, they look just like that, except not sea serpents.
And did they look at you?
Yes.
The fish really
I never saw
look at you.
tigerfish. They're scary. Did I not see one? Did I see one?
I don't remember.
They can hurt you. They sting.
I don't remember.
Everything looks at you under the water.
Yeah.
They don't have any fear for you. It's really cool. Walls. Scry 1. So scry means I get to drag a card, put them on top of your library. So I get to look at a card and decide whether it goes to the bottom or the top. So it's like saying, like, I have enough land. I want it on the bottom. I love how Magic is forced to use the same shitty-ass card backs forever.
Nah.
'Cause they all have to look the same forever.
Right?
Everybody uses sleeves anyways.
True.
So...
Are lionfish the ones that are poisonous?
That's what I said.
I think you said tigerfish maybe?
They're all kitties to me.
Tigerfish look like salmon with tiger teeth. Well, that's...
Vigilance.
Uh-oh.
I'll block one. So I could unsummon these guys to get card draw, but no reason, because I'm doing pretty good with what I've got. I'd rather unsummon the Sentinel Spider so it can't block. It's only a temporary measure. Only works for one turn. He'll cast it again next turn, but I'll have to spend the mana to do it. And now I get to attack with my flyers without any blocks. Otherwise that spider would have stopped him.
Yeah, because it has reach.
See, the right play there, actually for me, though, would have been, why is that card exposed up there? Oh, because I know it's in there. Oh, that's interesting. They keep it exposed to help aid your memory. Even Hearthstone doesn't allow that. They're like, you can fucking remember what you sent back to their hand. The right play there would have been to announce my attackers first. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just going through the steps in my head of the frustration of playing Magic. Okay. Now it's the end of their turn. Oh wait, not yet. Pass. And then I will say, I will block. Why can't I block? Oh, to get to the blocking stage, pass. Now I will block against. Okay. Keeping my unsummon ready just in case they cast like something last second. They didn't, so I will use it in this turn. Get that spider out of the way yet again.
that spider right there.
So unsummon might be a temporary measure, but it only costs me 1 blue mana, gets rid of his blocker. Sure, it's coming back, but I'm spending 1 blue mana and a card per turn, and they're spending 4 mana to keep bringing him back. And he can't attack because he has summoning sickness over and over again.
Right.
This is why facing blue is so annoying.
Ooh, that's a good sound.
I think I didn't block last turn, or maybe I did. Anyways, doesn't matter. Whoa! Only 9/9, no trample.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Activate the ability. Cannot be blocked this turn. Expensive an ability. It's the same as his casting, more than his casting cost to be unblockable.
Holy crap.
But he goes through unblocked for 2.
What? You're a wiener.
This is cool art. You may return the target creature to your opponent. Okay. Waterkin Shaman. Whenever creature with flying enters the battlefield under your control. Water creature. Cool. It's addictive. Of course. Yeah. It's been a lot better since I got rid of the Ravagers that I have to trigger like 7 times with a total of 14 clicks per attack. Like cards like that, just if you're not going to overhaul the rule set, just shouldn't have cards like that. So you can avoid it.
So Untouchable looked it up, and your cards that they're giving you right now are from 2020 and are not in Standard. The card, that like weird cleric card, was part of the D&D, and it is Standard.
So regardless, I'm playing cards that are non-standard, which means I am going up against decks that could be non-standard, which means crazy decks.
Yeah.
So even if I didn't see non-standard cards, that is the state of what I'm facing. It's like just the wild is what we call that in Hearthstone. Why did I attack twice? Double strike goes the same way for defenders? Oh, it doesn't, yeah. It just animated it like I was attacking twice. But double strike works both ways. That's interesting. But...
He defended twice?
But how does he defend twice if he doesn't have first strike? Double strike is supposed to mean 2 attack damage resolutions, when I learned it. Double strike says, attack, deal damage, resolve the damage, then do it again. And only if he had first strike can that damage be dealt first without taking damage. He should have died after the first strike. Oh, double strike means first strike, then regular. That's why, okay. He doesn't need to have first strike on the card. So, since he put Passivism on him, I'll bounce him back. Passivism goes to his graveyard. Has a little eye on it, meaning that he knows it's in my hand.
Really?
Because he knows it bounced back. The same way I can see his cards exposed. Which is a very interesting little addition to the game. So, here's another example of why you don't want to put enchantments out there. For 1 blue mana, the enchantment's gone.
Right. Yeah.
Fencing Ace is back again. Another Knight's Pledge. And yet another bounce. I'm going to do this before the end of his turn instead of during my turn, because then I'll have an extra mana available to me.
Smart.
To play the Sphinx. Oh, it also would have been able to bounce. I shouldn't have done that. I forgot the Sphinx does this. It returns a creature an opponent controls. So I would have gotten a free unsummon. That's fine.
You didn't know you were gonna get it?
I did. It was in my hand, but
Oh.
I forgot its ability. Pacifism on my Sphinx. Fencing Ace. And now if I had had that on summon in my hand, I would have brought the Sphinx back to my hand to be able to get the pacifism off of him. Those guys' card draw ability is awesome. So his double striking guy here with an enchantment on him is going to do 6 damage per attack. So I better chump block. Other you creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. Sure. Until end of turn, but. And then. I feel like I have the advantage here. Yay!
Ooh, there you go.
You don't have to be here the whole time, Beck. Maybe I don't know. Am I wrapping up? I just kind of wanted to see the arena drafting. That could take a while. Cool. I mean, it's kind of going fast.
It is. So this is the random opponent that you can cancel it eventually.
Is it? No.
Oh, no, it's not.
Still computer.
The next one, I guess, will be. Woo! All-nighter!
Starts with a simple little goblin. What is hexproof? Can't have enchantments placed on them, I think?
Player permanent with hexproof can't be the target of spells or abilities.
So this is like a counter spell, basically, if they try to play something on my guy. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Ah, only when creatures with flying come out. Okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you put a +1/+1 on him. It gets bigger when she casts spells. Okay. No blocks. I'll let your goblin through. And now, these guys are about to get big. Whoa, 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 whoa. Drawing cards, pumping them up. I'm gonna unsummon that guy so I can get through for 6 damage.
Would you ever play against Turbos?
No. How would we play? Can we play in a draft? If we can play in a draft, maybe. I would never play against your constructed decks.
Yeah.
I have no interest in constructed in any fucking form.
It's constructed.
Nope. Sorry, y'all, I'm not fun. Constructed consumes your life. I used to talk about this. Like, yes, I think about strategies outside of draft, like, you know, card sets and how that draft went and how the next one might go if I see the right cards here or there. But with Constructed, you never stop thinking about how you might tweak your deck, what changes you could make to make it better. Draft, you kind of get to wash your hands and be like, well, that was a crazy ass deck I just played with. Like, next one will be much different, I'm sure, because I'll open up some crazy ass cards and I'll make a new crazy deck. You get to, like, actually just cleanse your mind after every tournament.
Right.
Constructed, just the decks live in, they haunt you, they live with you. The amount of.
Wow. I didn't watch any of that. Good victory.
And with physical cards, holy crap, the card management and just like organizing them in order to change your deck and changing out a deck just to try a new idea will take like 20 minutes to an hour or something, like as you tweak it and move the cards around. And
the fucking binders. Oy. And then the sleeves on top of that.
But again, I didn't play Constructed seriously, so I didn't have to do that much. But just making fun decks to play with Becky and I or whatever, that was still enough work that I understand how that goes. Alright, so I just want the reward. I don't fucking know.
You bought an air fryer, Flashpoint? You bought it, did you buy it because we just recently had that conversation? Or were you gonna buy it before? Now you want to keep it? Tough part about the season.
Yum, 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 yum.
So, you guys, what is the benefit to those people that just come and try to, like, can they choose to play?
I don't think they know they're going against a beginner.
Okay.
What needs to be done.
I think they entered into a non-standard wild match. Killing oh, they're teaching me how to make sure that I don't let them ramp. Yeah, I think they were just like matched up.
Okay. They can do challenges. You just bought an espresso machine from a friend instead of Black Friday for like $300 off. That's right. Oh,
Oops,
sweet, a blackjack. I can like
rats.
kind of get into this. Blue just breaks my fucking brain. I just don't even want to think.
Yeah, nobody likes this. Nobody likes blue players either.
Ugh, I feel at home in this swamp.
Oh, this kit becomes more powerful as you play them. He gets more powerful the more things that die.
Lovely.
And the next time I cast a compound fracture, it'll do -2, -2 on anything you put it on.
Anyone excited for Cyber Monday? Or anyone else get good Black Friday deals? We don't do any of that stuff.
I should have maybe waited. Because this guy could have had an extra token on him if I did it on my turn. Plus I had the mana to spare anyways.
Sometimes we do actually Black Friday things. Or boxing. In Canada, it's like Boxing Day. Boxing Day comes after Christmas. Sometimes we would do that. Especially if I wasn't going home for Christmas, we'd like buy our Christmas presents on Boxing Day after Christmas. You've never really taken part in Black Friday.
Wasn't it Jimmy's family that like didn't give gifts on Christmas and then went Black Friday shopping?
And they did it on New Year's.
I mean, Boxing Day shopping
Yeah, yeah.
to get, yeah. It's like, okay, that's the thinking man's Christmas, but it kind of takes the fun out of Christmas morning.
Right.
But
right.
you do you.
Yeah. Their family was weird. They did all kinds of weird shit.
I mean, I'd probably have a weird family.
I think you already do.
Yeah.
You're getting a monitor. Nice. You got a nice laptop. Thankfully it wasn't a madhouse like it is apparently in the States. Oh god. Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Primordial worm.
Too late though.
Murder! Destroy target creature, just straight up. Well, that certainly gets it done. Murder.
And then you would die. Yes. How you doing? Ooh! You also got a really good Japanese-English dictionary at the library. That's cool. You might get a rice cooker. Oh yeah. You upgraded your mom and sister's phones to iPhone 12 Pro. Aw, that's incredibly nice.
Cool art. Sanitarium skeleton. A 1/2. Pay 3 mana to return him from the graveyard to your hand. Well, why do I want a 1/2 coming into my hand for 3 mana and then another mana to cast? 4 mana puts a 1/2 on the board every time you want?
There's gotta be some sort of synergy there
has
that
to
we
be.
don't see.
Has to be.
Rice cookers are super worth it. Fuck, I love our rice cooker.
Do they remove weevils?
No. You guys ever get weevils in your fucking flour and rice? Because we did, and I had to throw out all of our rice and flour. But it's good because I kind of keep it separated from everything else. But I mean, I wasn't really thinking that everything in this container, if one got weevils, they'd all get weevils. And it was the fucking quinoa I bought. I know it was the quinoa. But it was so expensive, I just put it in the freezer for a week, and hopefully all the weevils will die. Then we're gonna be eating dead weevils, but like, whatever.
You know how many dead bugs you eat? All the time, then all food?
As in the insect, yeah, yeah. What is a weevil? They're like, this is why you should.
They sound cute.
They do sound cute. This is why people put their flour, rice, quinoa in like glass containers all by themselves. Is because you can get like these little bugs in it and they hatch and then like infest everything else. They can go through plastic bags. My stuff is all separated in plastic bags. Fuck. Yeah, they're considered pests because of their ability to damage and kill crops. I almost ate the biggest, fattest, juiciest looking grub the other day. We cut up some broccoli.
It was more like a caterpillar. It was like, not a grub. It was like a...
It was like what Pumbaa eats in Lion
kinda.
King, kind of.
Yeah.
It was like a little caterpillar thing. And it had been baked in the oven, and it was still fat and juicy looking. But I saw it was like the last thing I was gonna put in my mouth.
Oh, that's convenient. They put that right in my...
And I was like, this kind of looks like a bug. This doesn't look... And I was like, Maybe I'll just not eat that part. And then I looked at it under light. No more descriptions, please. Slimy yet satisfying.
Slimy, yet satisfying.
What's the most common insect we see in Tokyo? Fucking mosquitoes. It is November 27th, and we still have mosquitoes.
Not that many mosquitoes.
A little kitty was trying to eat outside, and there was a mosquito bite that, like, just very recently. Like,
They
a couple
did stick
days.
around longer than they should have
Yeah.
this year, but there still weren't that many.
We have this discussion a lot. They come after me, so I know how many there are. Yeah.
Hey, hey,
So this is a thing, huh?
yeah, do it. What is going on? Cancel? Oh, it let me do it even though I don't have enough mana. Oh, I can do this. That's why.
Oh, no mosquitoes in California because of the droughts. Interesting.
That's a fun deck. This is black deck.
Damn. Good work. Wait, what's a weevil again? They're
Cute
like
little guys.
little tiny black bugs, like really tiny, that you can find in your like flour and rice and stuff.
Like mites.
Yeah, like mice. So you should always check your flour and rice.
This is one of the earliest cool cards that somebody I knew had.
Oh.
Nightmare was so cool. And he put it into every deck. And it didn't work.
Aw, really?
He wanted to put it. It only works in all black decks, but it was like his best card. So he wanted to. He wanted to make a red deck with black cards, and he put it in. And you're like, maybe it's like it doesn't work, man.
Aw.
Only works in all black decks.
No, we had weevils in Canada. Like, I remember it. Mom, sometimes that would happen, and she'd be like, "Oh fuck, I guess we're gonna be eating weevils for a while." Or sometimes she would throw it out, throw it the fuck. Like they're just
Eating
like,
weevils for a while.
yeah, they're just like little bugs, so it doesn't really matter except that they can infest other things. But if they're contained within a glass container with flour in it, it doesn't really matter. You did not know about this insect? I see what they are now. I think they're all over the world because, like, so much of our, like, that type of produce is shipped from different parts of the world.
Indestructible, eh? Interesting.
I'd say flour is the most common product. And now I want to say quinoa just because I'm angry. Making too many weevil questions, sorry. I mean, it's interesting, right?
I should have played a. card's pretty crazy.
That's annoying, Amos Fable. It's kind of like fruit flies? Is it a little bit like that, or are they bigger?
Job's done. Now I got a 6/6 flyer coming out.
Bigger and look different.
Awesome.
Highly rated places to sit and eat in Tokyo that you need to reserve kind of before you visit. Or are most of those places still able to go in on the fly? Japan really likes its reservations, like even before COVID times. Unless it's a little like ramen shop or...
They don't even have voice acting for the Planeswalkers? It's kind of lame.
Doesn't matter, you're gonna die. That's my man. Swoon.
So why did they replace the green Planeswalker? Did he, like, die in the story or something? Like the overarching Magic story that nobody gives a shit about? He went part black. Oh, like the story had him turn...
There's tons of different ones now.
Well, I know, but in this game, they're using the 5 originals except for the green. So, like, why did they get rid of the green originals? What my question was. But story-wise, he's no longer just green. Oh, that was CPU?
Yeah. We're in the final CPU.
Really? It's
Battle, yeah.
why did? Oh, it's funny because it said waiting for opponent. I mean, okay.
Last night, we had a really good night because Fraser poured me some Baileys on ice and we watched Nightmare Before Christmas while I crocheted. It was great. I'm crocheting snowflakes for around the house. So we can have an old lady looking house. Who wants fucking crochet shit around their house? Me. Yeah, Flashpoint, I wanted to get back to you about your question about learning Japanese, but I have like so much I want to say about it, so I feel like I need to like make a document or something. We did watch the Big Nice Christmas special.
He didn't want to defend, huh?
Let's figure out what the question was. Oh, wait, what was the question? Oh, the question was, like, if I know any good Japanese learning apps. Do you know any, Hatsune? Like, we use a lot. We use Memrise, but Memrise is like, you have to go in and select certain decks. Some of them are really bad. And you have to do a combination of using it on the phone and using the web app. You use Anki. Anki is good, yeah. We used that for a little bit. I mean, you could always start just by learning hiragana and katakana. Some ways to help over the next year to learn some Japanese when you don't have time for actual classes, yeah.
Oh. Does that stack? Well, it doesn't matter.
I actually have used so many books, and there's one Japanese for busy people that I remember I didn't love, but now I want to go back to the library because they have it at a library here, and I want to take a look at it to see if maybe it would work for you.
Crazy. So some cards in the past would say something like this, except it would say not put a counter on. It would say you may put a counter on. And because of that, if may was in the description, it meant that if you as a player forgot at the end of your turn to do it and passed the turn, you lost your opportunity. And if you're playing against certain players and you said, oh, like even if immediately you pass the turn and be like, okay, go. Oh, wait, I forgot to put counters on him. Be like, no, you said go. You said go. And so you passed the turn and you didn't put the counters on him.
I could not imagine playing like that.
It happened all the time.
Oh.
And it was so sad. Like, didn't make you want to play. Anywho, he's got a 5/5 over there to block to potentially stop him. Oh, he dies no matter what. Yeah. But he might have bounce. Let's see what happens. He doesn't have bounce? Yeah, he's dead.
Lovely. That's interesting that you did it that way, Hexuni. You did like a Discord server that's like a server exchange. So like learning Japanese people learning English. I'm just wanting to learn Japanese. Oh man, that is not my style of learning.
The only time I wouldn't let somebody do that in Magic, put counters on, it'd be like if it went too far into my turn, and they'd be like, oh, at the end of my last turn I forgot to put the counters on. I'd be like, well, I've been sitting here making decisions based on your creature not having counters on them, and I forgot to. So it's not fair because every move I've made so far this turn was based on this information.
That I totally get.
And in that case, it's too late. But if, like, you were quick... Anyways, you can talk about Japanese.
Once the other person has started his play, it's different, for sure.
It depended on the context, though. Sometimes I'd be like... Depending on what had happened that turn, I'd be like, yeah, go ahead. But I want to make this fair. I want to have a good challenging game. Depends on who the person is.
Ooh, you're against Barnacle Boy. This one you can cancel out of, if you wish.
He's so cute.
I know. What has been my favorite method of learning Japanese? Forcing myself to go to classes.
If fighting tooth and claw is what it takes, then so be it.
And like speaking.
Whoa, look at the titties. Do you have water?
Hi. A little tiny bit. Oh, sorry. Forcing, huh? Yeah. I hate talking. I hate speaking in Japanese. So it is forcing myself to do it. Does your teacher watch this, and are you afraid they are watching? No. Absolutely
You never know
not.
with her, though. I think that'll trigger this guy, even when he's played, I think. Let's see. It does trigger. Awesome. I don't want to attack. Because I don't want those as defense.
Fraser, can you rank the colors from most favorite to least favorite?
Oh, it all depends on how you play the colors, but like I could say that red, green, and black are probably near the top. Probably black is at the top, then maybe green, then maybe red. It all depends on the set, though. And how you play them, because you play every color very different. Blue's the only one that would be at the bottom, because it's always, you play it the same, no matter what.
Right.
Basically, it's almost never different.
Do you have a favorite guild? What are guilds in Magic, even?
It's like, kind of like tribes, but like, I mean, if you're talking about some sets had guilds, like, oh, you mean the guilds that share colors, like from Ravnica? Because there was a guild that was red-white, a guild that was like around the color pairs. So each color you have to know which color. So there was a green-white, a white-blue, a blue-black, a black-red, a green-red.
What are you pointing at?
At the colors on the back of Magic. It has to do with where they are on the spectrum.
Okay.
So there was a total, I guess, of 5 guilds.
Color pairs, yeah, is what they're asking.
But I
Red,
think
black.
I think there were guilds that actually crossed the spectrum later on in Magic. Am I gonna block against who? That guy? No, I don't block.
Yeah, when you were learning English, you really hated speaking it. Yeah, dude.
Whew. Whew. Buddy.
Now there is one of every color combination.
Really?
Don't do that.
So if you had to ask me what my favorite, I don't know. I can't go on the I think. Oh, I do remember. I think I always liked green black. I forget what guild that was. I do remember some of those crazy guilds.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, green black was really cool because it was all about rot.
Huh.
I just don't remember specifics.
Golgari?
Oh, I remember that. That's Golgari. Yes, I remember that word. What were the other ones? Golgari. Anyways, all attack. Let's finish this, you bitch. Jesus.
Not yet. But you're a little red. You're not gonna do much.
I remember white-red being pretty neat.
Boris is red-white. Named after one of the artists, Zoltan Boris.
Huh.
Cool. My favorite was green-blue, even though I hated mono-blue. Holy shit!
23. I liked playing, it's hard to say. I might actually have put white up there a little bit more with what I like, because I really like white weenies.
I remember you really liking white weenie decks.
Flavor-wise, though, probably black, then maybe green flavor.
One of my stronger decks is a white-blue. I remember you having a white-blue deck. No, no, maybe it wasn't blue. It was a white something deck. And I thought it was beautiful. It's actually green-blue. White-blue is Azorius.
Them.
When MTG Arena was in beta, one of the powerful decks was a white weenie deck that had cats.
Oh, kitties. What?
Oh, kitties.
Kitty white weenies would be fun.
You seem like such a diss. You're so pretty.
I would have been a super bimbo in another life, had I the chance. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm liking this triggering stuff when I don't have to calculate and put the physical counters on the cards.
Are you still enjoying this? Are you?
I mean, it's the addiction, right? Like, just the whole, ooh, the thing does the thing, then it goes bling, bling, bling.
Yeah.
Just him. Took it to the base. This computer's playing horribly. Crazy. Plug it. Not as good as that other one, but little pal. You can only see his butt today, guys.
He is super comfortable hanging out on the show.
Yes, he is.
I think Lisa's been up on the top floor all day. She loves it up there, watching the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Hope everybody's having a nice Thanksgiving and
yes. If you're
ooh,
American.
look how colorful he is.
Oh, that's pretty.
Goring Ceratops, double strike, 3/3. All right.
Having a really good, happy family. Ooh, you got Pop Pot. Yummy. And she's in your deck already.
Mm-hmm. First strike on demand. So he's a grizzly bear with the ability to get first strike late game. If you've got the mana to spare.
Oh my god, my Thanksgiving was moving into a new house with no heat. Well, next year you'll be very thankful for heat. You guys ordered KFC.
Activate the ability, give him first strike, which means he does his damage before the other creature does theirs. Usually it's done at the same time, meaning they would both die. But in this case, first strike.
Nice.
You don't do your damage. Bam. Get your own sandwich.
It's fun now. Okay.
Air Elemental, classic. All attack. You gonna defend against that, you bitch? Oh, bad idea. I have a card that gives him 2/2. Now it's a 4/4 versus a 4/4. And, yeah, I think I'll activate his ability to get first strike. You bitch. Adoy!
I don't know what's happening. I'm just matching Fraser's energy. We went to my friend's family's house for Thanksgiving. They're Argentine. Ooh, so much yummy food. Cool. We have had Christmas KFC in Japan in 2008, and that's the last time Fraser ate. It was an experience. We did it. It is very big here. Like, we had to order it in, like, early October. To me, KFC was always what we got when someone died. So, like, I always associated it with funerals. It was just like a quick, easy thing that we could, like, buy a whole bunch of because our family was massive. Yeah.
Do I win? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I don't. Interesting. No. Not yet. Can defend with that. That's fine. Sure. Wait, I thought they only had first strike. Why do they have double strike right now? Oh, everything else gets double strike. Oh, I could have won there. Oh, okay.
Oh, mixed lethal, mixed Mac, miss.
Don't say it. I thought you were reading something in the chat. I don't need to know.
No,
He gives everybody double strike. That's very interesting.
Whoa, mixed lethal.
Minced people.
The only time I had KFC was when I went to Egypt when I was a kid, and we went there. Never had it since. So weird. I've only had it twice in my life.
Okay, my turn. Tap all y'all creatures. And then attack. He gives everybody double strike, so I'm gonna hit your face twice. Oh, they're not gonna animate it?
Aww.
Good boy.
Hey, it's Deacon's birthday!
Happy birthday, Deacon.
Happy birthday, Deacon! Dang. Ryan Reynolds was just awarded the Governor General's Award?
Okay.
Wow, for philanthropy.
Oh, cool.
Awesome.
The list of causes is long. Good.
Rock on!
I keep saying, like, what?
Stephen Page created a thank you from Canada song video that Ryan posted his first reaction to. Rock on, Stephen Page, you're so cool. What were you gonna say?
No, that's just awesome.
About charities?
Like, if you're rich and well known for being rich, and if you're a celebrity, unfortunately, you can't avoid not being known for it. How can you not publicly give tons of money away? Like, it's honorable, the people who give it away privately and don't let anybody know they're giving it away because they want to be humble. It's like, but you kind of gotta let people know you're doing it so you don't look like a shithead.
If you're a massive celebrity, especially, yeah.
Yeah, you have to let people know. It's not being big-headed. It's being like, hey, think about it this way. If you're like, if you guys ever become a really like famous and rich person, keep it this way in mind. Like, it's not being big-headed. It's showing all the other rich people, hey, you're doing it too, right?
Yeah.
You're giving away all your money, right? Because you don't need fucking any of that money, right? That's way too much money to have.
I'm reading Small Fry, which is this story by Steve Jobs' daughter, Lisa. And he was like, this one story, she was like 8, and she asked if she could have his car when he was done with it, because she had heard that he like just disposes of his vehicles if they get a scratch on it. He wasn't super involved in her life at this point, and he was like just outraged by the question. And he was like, you're getting nothing. Nothing. And she was like, oh my god, maybe all these things that I heard about him are not true. And like, she was just really taken aback. And they drove for a little while longer, and he was like, no, really, like, you're not getting any money from me. And at that point, he was just giving Lisa and her mom like $500 a month child support payment. So like, he really had nothing. It's crazy.
You guys are taking notes for what to do when you're rich. Pacifism on your Gigantosaurus. I'm sorry.
It's a very good book so far. I would recommend it.
Oh, can't be targeted, that guy. X-proof. So I can't hit him with my pacifism. However, that does nothing when I do this. I may not be able to target him, but I can target my guy with this again. Bam! Yum, 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 yum.
Shit.
Oh no, he's got another one.
Oh, crap.
Oh no, I have another one.
Oh, snap.
Nice Gigantosaurus you got there. Be ashamed of anything happened to it.
No, stop.
Don't come to this card shop again. I wonder what happened to all the assholes that made me leave that card shop.
Yeah.
Probably crypto bros.
Oh Lord, we've made a monster. Yes. True. He's transforming. Even though they had 2 10-10s, it didn't even matter.
Which Governor General gave him the award then? She's gone. The bad one's gone,
oh yeah,
right?
she's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I think the new Governor General is native, correct?
Better be. I was about to say, every Governor General from this point forward should be native. Is that how Trudeau's going to avoid?
Correct. Yes.
Kind of cleanse everybody's palate and make them forget about how he treated Raybould?
Yeah.
I can't be
Judy
against women and
Raybould.
natives. Look what I did for this one.
I actually want to read her book as well. So Ryan Reynolds created a film production company that is focused only people of Indigenous and other minorities, both to work in production positions as well as acting jobs. Then he gets other actors, including himself, to act and star, helping to get more diversity in the film business and experience under the belt. That's fucking incredible.
Indigenous, that's amazing. So he's focusing on Canadian stuff?
I guess so. It sounds like it.
What a cool guy.
That is awesome. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you for passing that along. Yes, for now. Well, gosh darn, didn't think he could get more handsome.
Canadian government right now is patting itself on the back for finally giving drinkable water to some of the native communities that they've had to sue billions
You
for.
did it! I'm so proud of you. I'll be around if you want to practice a new deck. But from now on, you'll have to battle other players to earn rewards. I always thought you were amazing. But now, the whole multiverse will know. Bye. You know where to find me.
Congratulations.
What were you gonna say? You were outraged by something.
Did you see my Twitter about the water in Tiny?
Yes.
What the
Bullshit.
fuck? Tiny, Ontario, Canada, my hometown, has the cleanest water in the entire world, and they're thinking about, like, basically destroying the environment around it that could affect the water in the future.
Whoa! It's a vampire Cassandra.
Whoa.
That's what she looks like.
A little bit.
Hot.
Did you get the 1,000 gold from the color wheel?
I guess I did. I don't know.
Now select arena play modes in the top right.
Like, did I get the 1,000 gold? Because I thought I already had 1,000 gold, but now I only have 1,700.
We have 1,750. Guys, did we get it? I don't know.
Sorry, and then what am I supposed to select?
Looks like it. Select arena play modes in the top right. Top right play. Oh, down just a little bit.
Oh my god. Okay.
Advanced play modes on.
Oh, arena play modes, advanced play modes. Traditional draft, Crimson Vow. Man, this set's hot.
Yeah, for real. Look at that shit. The lady in the background? Break me off a piece of that.
You get a guaranteed pack even if you lose. And I guess you keep the cards in the packs you open.
This is only 3 wins, this one.
Do you keep the cards that you get when you draft?
And then you hit
Well,
play.
that's interesting because knowing that I'm somebody who doesn't care about playing constructed and knowing that you can't sell your cards, I'm at an advantage in the drafts because some people will see a super rare card that's amazing in constructed and be like, well, I have to take it because that's amazing in my constructed deck, even if this uncommon is much better card for the draft. I have to take this legendary card because it goes into my collection. And so like that puts you as a player who doesn't give a shit about what your collection at a huge advantage. And that's the same thing that would happen in real life. People would be like, I would do it too. I'd open a pack and be like, well, I want to win this draft, but this card is worth $20. So I guess I don't win the draft today, or maybe I'll still win the draft, but I got a $20 card today.
Yeah.
So I've already won the draft, in my opinion. You know, like you open a Planeswalker. But there'd be competitive players who might actually pass on the $20 per card because they want to win the fucking draft tonight. Like,
I think you scroll up now. Why do they make this so confusing? Scroll up for the drafts on the play menu.
oh, like scroll. I have to like grab the bar here. Quick draft Crimson Vow. Traditional sealed Crimson Vow. Oh, a sealed tourney. Which would be much more expensive, right? It's got to be like what? Because with sealed you get 6 boosters. 20,000 gems. You can't even use gold. How do you get gems?
They can
only
be purchased
purchased.
in the store.
So you can only enter sealed. And in sealed is kind of silly. You opens up 6 packs. You play with, you make a deck out of those 6 packs. No drafting, no passing, no strategy in the actual pool of cards. So you play with what you get, you keep what you get. Some people are going to open up packs and pools that are just broken as fuck. And there's nothing you can do about it as a drafter. Anyways, so you go to... I'm not seeing anything but Crimson Vow. Quick draft Crimson Vow. Traditional sealed, traditional draft.
Quick draft is drafting against bots with no timers.
Okay. And traditional draft is what I just looked at already. Premier draft. What? It's limited to having a rank. You're not allowed in unless you have a tier.
Unfortunately, there's only Crimson Vow right now.
I want to play it.
You want to?
How long has Crimson Vow been out? It's a cool looking set, I have to say. All vampires. How do they play with that? Like, what are the other colors? Is there vampires in every color? They should be all black.
Yeah.
But, you know,
2-ish weeks.
It's only been out for 2-ish weeks.
Yeah. Quick draft is draft with bots. Traditional draft is best of 3 games, which is super long.
What is super long?
Traditional draft, which is best of 3 games.
Which means you have to be here for the 3 games because a true draft, unlike Hearthstone Arena where you can play all your arena games at your leisure, a true draft is you're playing against the card pool that you drafted in. Meaning all 8 players that were at the table with you are the ones you're playing. So the ones you've like strategically passed cards to, you're gonna benefit from that strategy maybe.
Right.
You draft against computers, then you draft against computers, then play against players. So that's like Hearthstone Arena. Quick draft, because you can play it at your leisure. That's interesting. I'm intrigued, but I don't want to pay money for it. Especially $10 fucking a run. That's insane. $3 versus $10 in Hearthstone Arena.
Oh, thanks, Flashpoint. I'm sorry you didn't get it. You wouldn't have wanted it, I don't think.
And what's Premier
like
Draft? Like just super competitive? Like what is it, like an entry fee? Select 1 card at a time and in rotating draft packs, the cards will be added to your collection, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, thank you, Untouchable.
Man, look at this set. Look at all the art in this set.
Yeah.
Did I get an answer?
That's
Are
pretty
the
friggin' cool.
vampires in different colors? Like how do they do that? How'd that work out? This art. Like look at Olivia, Crimson Bride. She's red and black.
It shows red and black, yeah.
Edgar,
Black.
Charmed Groom. Looks like he's only black.
Vampires
only
are red and black and white in that set. Interesting.
Oh, white makes sense. This one's fucking hot. You should be gaga over here. That is just straight up Cassandra. Even with the popped collar even. That's what she wore.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not super gaga. I think my brain's mushy.
Oh, okay. All you hear is nerd, nerd, nerd. And then, so in this, so when you guys were saying the draft is 5,000 but it's against bots, you guys kept saying against bots, but what you meant was the draft itself is against bots, then the tourney is against humans. Which is much different.
Yes, correct.
So 5,000 or 750 gems, which is how much real life money? $5. So it's $2 more than a Hearthstone run. What currency is this in? Where do they think I am?
I think American, because Americans are saying $5. USD.
Then that's actually more, because I think that it's $2 American for Hearthstone Arena runs. I think we thought it was $3 because we were paying Canadian currency, which ended up being $3.
3 and change, yeah.
So in fact, the game is almost triple the price of an Hearthstone Arena run still. But the traditional draft is way, way more. Oh, this looks like a great deal.
Yeah, just do that. It says great deal.
Actually, how much do you, if you know you're into Magic? Most popular. What's the actual savings? $100.
Want me to math it?
Yeah.
I got some math on my phone. Calculator.
This is a 5-to-1 ratio versus over there is a. How does that work?
Okay, well that one's like 2 is 2, 2, 2.
Well, it should.
No,
I mean-
that's not really actually right. No. I have math on my phone, you guys.
What does this even mean? The best thing to do would be to find out what how many gems you get per dollar.
Yeah.
So divided by 100 is like, so well that's obvious. 200, you get 200 gems per dollar. But over here at the lowest tier, is 150 gems per dollar. So like you save as much as 25%. 25% savings at the top tier. And in the middle, the most popular is... I don't want to pay any money anyways. But I am interested in the cost, like the value proposition. 170 gems per tier, so like... It's like... double the savings over there. It's like 15% off in the middle.
Huh.
They want you to pay $100 for 20,000 gems.
Obviously.
Which will get you, what is that? That's 5,000. Assuming you never win your drafts and you're okay with the bot drafts, you're gonna get fucking.
Let's math it.
It's 5,000 per draft, so.
No, it isn't. Isn't it?
It's
750.
How many gems per draft? Oh, it's 750 per draft. Oh yeah.
So it's
Do
27.
math. 27 drafts.
Well.
27 drafts.
No.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm just thinking about it. It's like, if you buy this tier, then it's like double the price of a Hearthstone run. If you invest $100 at once, you're paying twice as much as you would for Hearthstone Arena runs to play Magic draft runs.
I'm more confused with this math than the card game.
It's just interesting, like how Magic positioned itself against Hearthstone, knowing that's their primary competition. But then, of course, you can do this instead. And if you can add this up eventually, over time, these aren't the daily challenges, though, are they, guys? These are like beginners challenges or something. You guys said we can only bank 3 challenges per day, but I see many here.
Those are the dailies.
Well, there's 5 dailies at least. The color I did, this one seems special for XP to the next level.
Those 3 on the left are the dailies.
These are the dailies, and then these are some other thing.
It still says daily win rewards. Earn wins in standard play of ranked modes or events.
Oh, that's separate from challenges. These are the daily challenges. These are the daily wins.
Okay, weekly and daily wins, not challenges. Okay.
There's still more of these. Color challenges keep showing up even though I'm done the primary ones. Because it showed
0 of 1.
red-green deck. Play a game to complete this quest. But then I go in here and it doesn't do anything. I don't know what that one is then. New deals every day. Check out the deals in the store for exciting offers. It's crack, man.
Yeah.
Find out your next deck by checking with these winning Magic the Gathering Arena deck lists. Oh, so they actually say, like, we know everybody's net decking, so why not just make it a part of the app? Here's the most popular decks, here's what's winning. So build this deck. You might as well.
Can you scroll on that pager?
No, I couldn't.
No?
I could try with this. I don't see a bar over there.
Yeah.
Can't. So I don't know exactly what's supposed to...
0, 15 are ones are not challenges. They are win rewards. Okay.
Anyways, I don't know. I might take a little bit more look at this, playing against... So to win these, I could play against bots to do this stuff? Oh, I could swap for a new one. But I could just play like stupid, fun, like dumb against computer sometimes. And what's the gathering? 30 minutes. What does that mean? Sign up. Ends in 31 hours. A multiverse is a big place and everyone's in it. You make some no special.
Build any 60 card standard deck, whether you have the cards in your collection or not, and play as much as you want until the event ends.
For free? So you get to use cards you might not even have? Man. Like if I was a kid, kids are so fucking lucky today.
I know.
You
Yes,
just,
it's free.
this is all I would ever need as a kid.
Yeah.
A free tournament. It's constructed, sure, but it's a free tournament.
With
And
all
you get this
the
card
cards?
sleeve.
What?
Is this these romanced characters?
It's a singleton event, so one of each card at most.
Oh, that's even more fun. 60 cards with singleton. Singleton
Wow.
60.
How are you gonna do that with only 1 mana?
That's so interesting. And then when do you get to play? Choose your deck. See,
In 34
you
hours.
can actually start building right now.
Damn, yo.
And these are all... You make a new one. So you're going through every card that is in standard right here, and you get to make... They're letting... That is cool, man. So as much as I like am critical of like the double the cost compared to Hearthstone for arena runs, this is immense value. Playing with cards you don't even have, if you want, for free. And how many other things can you play for free forever in the game that would have satisfied me as a kid? Like, I'm an adult, I'm boring, I'm only like tickled if I'm in a competitive environment where I know that like some shit's on the line. But like, I could see really enjoying myself if I were a kid. I'm not a kid anymore though.
Lisa.
And then, so when I was playing, I got a bunch of wild cards.
Right.
Which are essentially like single, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like they're single card packs. As I played, I was rewarded. It's like cards that will turn into, once I activate them, cards in my collection of different rarities. How do I get to those? It'll suggest things for you too. Suggest the land. Here, I have no cards in my deck. Suggest land for it. Okay.
Top right.
Where?
I forget what you asked.
My wild cards. How do I turn them into cards?
Oh, is it the like lotus little thing? Like go up more, and then a little left, one more left.
Oh, that. Oh. So yeah, it says wild cards can be redeemed in your collection. Same rarity. Go to the deck builder to use your wild cards. I go to the deck builder and I don't see my wild cards, even though it tells me up here that I have 10 common, 5 uncommon, and 2 rare wild cards.
Add cards to your deck that you
Create a deck.
don't know, and then there will be
Okay, I
craft.
create a deck.
Okay.
Now what do I do? Craft?
And then hit the craft button. Okay, cool. Thank you guys.
Oh, you can craft like the same way you can with Dust and Hearthstone. How do you
and
get...
then select format.
Select format. Standard, I suppose. Look at all these card sleeves.
Cool. You got basic bitch card sleeve.
Is there a next step?
Now go choose the cards.
Oh, you're telling me the wild cards let me choose any rarity to craft? So they're not really wild, are they? I mean, I guess they're wild card in the sense that if you have a wild card in your hand, it can be anything you choose. I guess that is the essence of a wild card. Unless you wanted to say, I consider like wild card to be something that like, turns into anything, but your wild cards just mean go craft a card of that rarity of your choice. So the fact that I have a rare wild card, that's interesting, because now you won't get junk rares, because you'll be like, with these, you earn them through challenges and opening packs, right? Wild cards. So since I have, I could go in here and be like, find a rare I like and craft it.
Okay, I'm getting it too now.
Like I could be like, oh, that's mythic rare. I saw a rare.
Mostly through opening packs.
I could craft it. It'll consume one rare wild card. Very interesting.
Cool.
I don't want to. Get me out of here. I just created 2 of them by accident by pressing B.
That B button, man.
What does B do? What is it? What is it bound
It's
to?
like confirm everything button.
I want to see now, because earlier it passed my whole turn when I pressed B.
Yeah.
Controller configuration. B is pass. This is the MTG Arena made by somebody. Left shift plus something. Whatever it is created the card without getting me to leave. Escape is bound to left bumper, which would have gotten me out of there. Good thing I don't give a shit, guys. Is he even a good card? Oh my god.
Well, we got 2 rares of him.
Can I leave, please?
Escape.
There we go. Alright. Done.
This isn't on PlayStation, is it?
No. That's so funny. Thanks for watching, guys. It's been fun. It was an interesting delving in. We went 4.5 hours. Sorry, Becky.
This is long.
Yeah, I know you were interested in like a little bit of this, but maybe not that much. That's why I told you didn't have to be here the whole time. But I wanted to finish that challenge.
I kind of was, I mean, I was fine, obviously. You did say I could leave, and I did not. It was a chill show. Thanks for this chill show.
Yeah,
Good
it's
stuff.
also Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah.
So to get a free run, I would have to save up a lot. Like, you get 500 daily challenges. This is only worth 250. Is it 250 per win, or is it 250 after you win 15 times?
Oh god, it would have to be per win, right?
You guys tell me. I mean, if it's per win, that's one way to get a lot of gold quick.
For
250 for first win, then it goes down. What's the max you can win from your 15 wins a day then?
It looks longer than it takes. Chat was very encouraging and supportive and gave us solid info. Thank you so much, guys.
5,000 coins to do a quick draft, which means I would. It may be gold this win, but XP the next.
Ah, okay.
But you can swap them once a day, probably. 20 blue or red spells, so that's all you have to do to get these, like.
We'll always have the Weevils. I don't know off the top of my head. I would say less than 1,000 for sure. You get gold, XP, you get free stuff. Maybe you get some cool card backs.
Can you win against bots with this? Including events, ranked modes.
XP doesn't really matter that much unless you buy the battle pass thing.
Well, you do get packs every so often when you get your XP to a certain level. I mean, yeah, it is interesting. But what the only disappointment I came out of this today is to see that Magic hasn't really, like, this is incredible. This is great. This is a great step for Magic. Mm-hmm. It seems well designed. Their first online form that is well designed. They've been able to protect the physical game because there is no value that can be taken from the game
Right.
besides playtime. If people only care about playing, then they can play this for free for a long time. And so in that sense, I could see them losing maybe some money on the physical game, but it's more like a gateway drug. I'd say if anything, it gets them more new players than it would lose players who are like, I don't need physical cards anymore.
Yeah.
But they're able to maintain the physical value of the physical cards because these digital cards can't be transferred from person to person. They're not tradable. The CTG part of collectible trade card game isn't in here. TCG. So that way they were able to make the physical game still stay unique, which is interesting. Which MTGO, which I don't even know if it exists anymore, must, right? But they don't even like. So is there MTGO still going? Like people are choosing to play MTGO versus this? Because in MTGO there are people on eBay selling digital cards. Digital cards on eBay. Mm-hmm. So, anyways.
They do.
Gross. Thanks for watching, guys. It was fun.
Yeah.
A fun little nerd session.
Yeah.
We'll see y'all next time on the show. Bye-bye. Remember, everybody, tomorrow is Studio Ghibli. Only Yesterday is the film we're watching.
Yay!
For Awesome Piece Theater. I hope y'all tune in. It'll be a fun, nice, cozy hangout watching some Ghibli. From this point, it's about 19 hours away. Less than 19 hours away for, let's say, 18.
It's
you should
7 p.m.
You should be popping popcorn in 18 hours.
Okay. Will do.
So I hope we'll see you guys there. Bye-bye.
Bye.